To you each day, good morning. Welcome to St. Louis. We're about to begin, so if you're still anybody in the hall, you might want to come on in, but please join me in welcoming Stan Whitehurst, who is the Webster County Clerk, to the podium.
If you would pray with me. Father, thank you for this day. It is a beautiful day. And help us to not only look at it as a blessing, but as an opportunity to give you praise. And also, Father, an opportunity to show gratitude. Gratitude to the people who've organized this gathering, to the people who prepared the food that we just enjoyed, and the hands of the labor that served. And Father, sometimes there is a gap between the people that we are and the people you would have us to be. We ask that you help us close that gap by coming closer to you. And Father, our main purposes here today are to seek knowledge and to learn to support each other better, and so we ask that you open our hearts and our minds. We ask your forgiveness when we fail, and we ask all these things in your Son's name. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Sullivan. I'm the Deputy Democratic Director here at the City of St. Louis. And would everyone please rise for the presentation of the colors by the St. Louis City Metropolitan Police Department Honor Guard and the singing of the national anthem by Sergeant Sheila Phillips.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Gary Stoff. I'm the Republican Director of Elections for the City of St. Louis, and I'm glad I sang my little good morning before Sheila sang the national anthem because mine paled in comparison. My fellow director is Ben Borgmeyer. He's the Democrat director, the tall, handsome man standing next to me. I mean, it's our pleasure to welcome you here today to what we think will be a very informative program. Thank you for being here. Thank you to our sponsors and exhibitors, and a very big shout out to our staff, headed by last year's Rosemary Flit Award winner, Betty Williams, for pulling all these loose ends together. So, Betty and staff, thank you very much. I would encourage you, if you have one of those handy devices where you can communicate with the outside world, you might want to either turn that off or put it on silent mode. And when there's a break, please take the time to maybe visit some of the folks on the outside, the exhibitors, the sponsors. Without them, the program would not have taken place. Ben?
Just briefly, to reiterate what Gary said, I'm always amazed at every election that somehow it comes off at the end. You're so stressed out by it, but when it's over, and you're really glad it happened. But then you realize the only reason it happened so it's because of, like Gary said, the staff. Betty did an amazing job pulling us all together. I see Summer, Sue, Brian, everyone in our office did a really good job pulling us together. So I think it's going to be a good presentation. Have a good time.
Little vertically challenged. So I'm going to talk like this. Good morning again. I'm pleased to present Rob Ryan and Stephen Frankel. They will be speaking on how GIS can help you run elections. Thank you, Rob and Stephen.
Morning, everybody. I'm not Rob or Steven, but I'm Eric Fay from St. Louis County. I'm just here to translate some things Rob and Steve might say. But real quick, I do just want to recognize some of the staff we have here from St. Louis County. If you're from St. Louis County, raise your hand. Please thank all these folks for what they did to help get this presentation together and what they do. I thank them for being here. So just a quick preface here. When I started as director, we had very little in the way of GIS capability at the county election board. And over the last several years, Rob, Bill Hartnett, who's in the audience, now Stephen Frankel, who's with us, these guys have taken us light years from where we used to be. And so that's what we want to present to you all here today. And I love these guys. But if they start talking about stuff, I might stop them real quick just to translate it to English. But otherwise, I'm going to let them talk and take it away, guys. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Rob Ryan. I'm the GIS analyst for the Board of Elections. So, as you know, elections are a constantly changing landscape. From redistricting in the last 2 years from the U.S. Census, to our Vote Anywhere that we installed because of the COVID-19 pandemic, to the beginning of in-person, no-excuse absentee voting. All of those things create question marks and problems in the election landscape. And we solve those problems by using GIS. What is GIS? GIS is Geographic Information Systems, or science for some people. And what it is it takes all the data layers, U.S. Congress, state rep, state senate, ward lines, county council lines, all of them, overlays them on top of it. We can turn those layers on and off. It creates what you see right there, which is all of our data layers all on one page, which, and our polling places. And that's all kind of like a tangled mess, or we call political chaos. So we use several software systems to help us. And what we use is ArcGIS Pro as our desktop software. It's a paid service that we get from Esri. It's a robust suite of software. It does a lot for us. It's used by almost every Fortune company. It's our main backbone of what we do stuff on our laptops and computer stations, and then we use ArcGIS Online and all of its components to help us share that information out with the public. But there are free softwares that you can use. There's QGIS, which is a free and open source, which we recommend. It's a little easier for people to use. So QGIS, if you have to use shapefiles and stuff, and GrassGIS, which is a little older of a version, but it runs on older machines. And both of these are supported through Mac computers. So not everyone runs on Windows, which you have to have Arc and Esri products run on. But these will run on Mac. So if anyone's Mac compliant, here's your option.
As an example of how we use Esri ArcGIS, once we received the last redistricted lines from the Secretary of State around May 18th, 2022, we used ArcGIS Pro in order to manage our voter precincts, alter them and adjust them to the new lines by the end of the month. But while the election board had an easy time through the redistricting process, we found that a lot of our voters were very surprised to see a lot of new names on their ballots that they weren't used to. So we ended up receiving a lot of concerned calls asking, hey, why did my district change? Did you make a mistake? So in order to better inform the public and also to help our staff answer those phone calls, we use the Esri ArcGIS platform to create a redistricting hub for our website. And you can visit this hub using the QR code in the corner. You can use the camera app on your phone to scan it, and it'll give you a link. So we created this redistricting hub using ArcGIS Hubs. It's a part of the Esri platform that allows you to create a website specifically designed to display maps. And this website includes pages explaining the redistricting process for a U.S. Congress, state representative, state senate, county council, and townships. And on the right, you can see an example of our page for the state representative districts. At the top, it'll have a statement sharing which government body decided on the lines and also which when the lines came into law. Below that, there is a lookup app where you can plug in a St. Louis County address, and the map will display that address as a point, and that's how you can find out which state representative district you're now in. And then at the bottom of the page, there will be a comparison tool where you can compare the old lines to the new lines using the slider in the middle. Our redistricting hub pages also include free maps in PDF format for all of the new districts. They are poster size and very detailed with street labels. And we made this using ArcGIS Pro, which is ideal for cartography. ArcGIS Pro also enables us to automate our cartography by allowing us to work off of one template to generate dozens of maps. And we were able to do that for all of the new districts shown on our hub within a matter of hours. And our redistricting hub also includes our most detailed web application called the St. Louis County Jurisdictions app. And you can visit that using the QR code on the right corner. I will mention, though, that Esri web applications aren't ideal on tiny phones, but it will work as intended. So when you open up this Jurisdictions app, it will feature all of the districts that we have elections with us in St. Louis County, all layered on top of each other. But thanks to Instant Apps, which is the part of the Esri platform that we use to create this, it allows the user to have better control over their experience with these map layers. So for instance, they can control the visibility of every single one of these layers using the sidebar, using the Layers tab. So they can just see whatever they need to see. They can also change the background map to satellite imagery if they prefer using the base map gallery. And whenever you click on this map, it will create a point on the point that you clicked, and the sidebar will switch over to the info tab where it will list every single district that that point touches. And so that's how you can learn more about which districts that your address is in. If you expand the sidebar items, it will display more information such as links to the current office holders' websites, of each of these pages, of each of these districts. And that allows our voters to learn who their current representative is, since that is also a common question that we get.
So one of our favorite questions, I'm sure it's one of your guys' favorite questions that the voters call, is they ask, hey, where am I voting at? And what am I voting on? You know, who doesn't get that question? Anyone? Yeah. So what we made through Instadaps is the sample ballot lookup. So our voters can type in an address and say, I live here. What's on my ballot for this election? And they can just do that very simply. Type in their address. It pops up a point and says, this is the boundary that your precinct, and then here's your information for your precinct. And it tells them what they're voting on in a PDF form. They can print that out, take it to the polling place, because not all of them get their sample ballot that we send out with a notice election card. They just always get it. So sometimes, mostly they probably throw it away. But we also have, with that, our polling place lookup, because we use Vote Anywhere. So it allows any of our registered voters to vote at any polling place in the county. And on election day, we do something called line tracker with it. So it'll say, oh, hey, Booter Elementary School, there's 20 people in line. Oh, Rittner High School, there's 2 people in line. Gives those voters an opportunity to see something and go, well, I don't want to go wait in 20-person line. I'll go to 2-person line. So with that is Line Tracker, which is a Survey 123 run application. It downloads onto every single one of our polling place phones, and our election judges type in the number of voters waiting to check in to vote every election. So they do it about every 30 minutes, and when they hit that button and say, hey, there's 20 people in line, it goes up to our website immediately. We don't really have to touch it. No one's really crazily typing in numbers every day on election day for us. They type in numbers, and then it goes straight through the back office to the website, and then the voters get the knowledge.
So we also use GIS to help out calls from candidates. And the most common question that we get from candidates that gets transferred over to our mapping department is the question of which polling places are in my district? Because naturally, every candidate wants to put up signs at the polling places where they know their voters are going to vote at. But due to Vote Anywhere, that question is a little bit more difficult to answer in St. Louis County, but we have that handled. So in order to address that question, we have a polling places by district page on our website for every single election, and we help out our candidates with 2 major tools. And the first one is a spreadsheet that we call the Polling Places by District spreadsheet. And we generated this in ArcGIS Pro. When you open up this spreadsheet, it will include every single polling place in the election, and also every single district that polling place is physically within. So the most useful thing about this spreadsheet is that it's filterable. So whenever we get a call, like let's say for instance, someone running for school board in Afton School District calls and asks which polling places are in their district, I would instruct them to first find the school column and then use the filter button in row 1 and filter on Afton School District, and then that's how you'll get all of the polling places in Afton School District. Of course, Vote Anywhere also makes this complicated in that this spreadsheet, because it only includes the polling places that, the districts that the polling places are physically within, and voters can vote anywhere, it might be of interest to the candidates to know polling places that are nearby their district. Since some voters may vote outside of their district boundary because of a polling place that's more conveniently located. And there's also the case where there are districts that don't have a polling place within them, such as smaller municipalities and municipal wards. And that's bound to happen. We have over 200 polling places in any given major election, but we have over 400 unique districts, so there's bound to be some districts and some candidates that won't find the spreadsheet useful. So to answer that, we've made an interactive map. It's very similar to the jurisdictions app that we showed earlier, where you can search for your district and highlight and zoom in. And it also includes all of the polling places. So once you search for your district, such as, for instance, Country Club Hills, which does not have a polling place within it, therefore the spreadsheet won't help them. They can search for their district in the interactive map, and they can tell that their district is close by to locations 150 and 143. And then they can freely pan around to see if there are any more nearby. So using that interactive map, our candidates can figure out where their voters are likely to vote in that situation. And of course, candidates and election enthusiasts alike come to us for official election results. So on election night, we of course have unofficial election results and maps to go along with that, with precinct results. But that's a short-term thing for us, and we like to archive all of our official results and also maps of our official results by precinct for anyone to see freely on our website. And we do that primarily through our biennial reports, where we have maps just like that that display voter turnout for each election and also key contests of interest where we show the results. And we have biennial reports going back all the way to 1996 that can be freely viewed, and you can use a QR code in the corner to visit that page. We also include our official election results in the form of PDFs and CSVs for spreadsheet users in case you want to see the election results by precinct that way, and that's also freely available on our site. And of course, we also use GIS to help out with our internal decisions, and this was very critical when it came to navigating the in-person absentee voting period. So back in November 22, when we first started rolling this out, we put 7 satellite locations, one for each county council district, to handle all of the early voters in the county. But what we didn't realize was how popular this policy would be. We were experiencing triple-digit lines at many of our polling places during that time period. And so it became urgent for us to learn, okay, how can we do this better? Because we know in 2024 with the presidential election that we're going to experience higher voter registration and higher voter turnout. So 7 polling places might not be enough for absentee voting in St. Louis County. So we used ArcGIS Pro and ArcGIS Online to create these voter density maps. The dots on the map represent voter density by precinct, and they're color-coded by polling place choice. And we used that to analyze the voter behavior patterns during this time period to see why our most popular polling places were so popular and why our least popular polling place was not so popular. So for instance, our most popular polling place, Daniel Boone Branch Library, the pattern that we discovered for that was that people were willing to travel pretty far out of their municipality just to vote early there, including people who may have lived closer to St. Louis Community College nearby. We also learned, conversely, with our least popular polling place during that time, UMSL, that people that live near UMSL are already used to voting at the Board of Elections, so they just went to us to vote. And it was thanks to that that we were able to learn a lot more about how our voters were behaving and how we can improve on next time. And while we were discussing this, we also wondered, so how much time are our voters spending driving to our polling places for early voting? And how can we improve that? So we also use the analytical tools for ArcGIS in ArcGIS Online to create these drive time area maps to show how much time it takes to get to any of our polling places. So you can see on the map on the left, that's our polling places for November 2022. And the red areas represent any area within 15 minutes of driving to any of our polling places. The yellow represents 10 minutes of drive time, and the green areas represent 5 minutes. And we can see that there's that most of the county can get to any of our polling places within 15 to 10 minutes, but we wanted to improve that and save our voters some time for next time. So we also created a simulation on the right side where we added more polling places, at least 2 per county council district using libraries, to see how much we can improve if we added more. And you can see when we ran the drive time analysis tool again, that we got more of the county within the 10-minute range. So having the power of GIS on our side for internal decision making just adds a lot of help when it comes to deciding important decisions for the in-person absentee voting period.
So GIS doesn't stop for us on day of election until we close up for election night. This is our election night tracking dashboard. Now for us and our staff, they really like this because it tells them when they get to go home. And we'll show you that because, so on there's numbers, and it's a little hard to see over here. It's, the 211 is number of polling places that we're waiting to get to a turn-in location. So these are polling places that are packing up still, and they're en route to our turn-in deputies. The 9 count, which you can see right there, is those are people who have gotten into their turn-in deputies. So we do a hub and spoke model kind of for our turn-in election night. So we have over 200 locations. They can't all turn in back into us on election night. It might take a little long for that to happen. So what we do is we make them go to a turn-in zone, and they pick up a bunch of drop off to a turn-in deputy, and that deputy comes into us. So that kind of speeds up the process and makes it go a lot smoother. And then, so the 0 is, these are bags that have arrived, election board, and then 4 is the bags that have arrived and been scanned, and everything that's supposed to come back on election night has come back. So this kind of helps us see what's going on election day as the turn-in results come in. And so this is a kind of a zoom in on the Kirkwood area, showing that, like, hey, 9 locations haven't turned in yet to the turn-in deputy, but 7 have. So at that point, we know that that turn-in deputy, because there's 2 cars at that location, which if we highlight that in the information, it says that for our staff to see this. This is an internal tracking. If you ever visit us on election night, on a big election, you'll see this. And so we'll know that 1 car will start coming back with results right away as soon as they get the 8th bag. So that kind of helps things out, and we know, hey, gets the election results flowing fast. But then there's other things that we like to do with the election night tracking dashboard, such as each phone that was taking those survey 123s before for the line trackers, those are also location-enabled phones, so we can see those phones as they come into us on election night, so we know where they are, which proves really handy when you're trying to figure out when do you get to go home. Because as you see these cars right here, they're running up Lindbergh right now. If you've ever been out to our Board of Elections office, we know we are at Lindbergh in Northwest Plaza. So we can see those last cars coming in. We're very happy. We know our day's done. But it has another effect. In 2020, we started introducing the system. We had a car accident. One of our election judges got in a car accident. They got T-boned. Their car was totaled. Well, we noticed that their car stopped moving. And so we were calling them as they were calling us to say, hey, we've been in an accident. You guys got to send someone out here to come get this stuff. So we sent a bipartisan team out at 9:30 at night to go to Jennings. They didn't know where they were in Jennings. We could tell them where they were. So I went to Jim McHugh and Liz and told her, hey, you guys need to go out. Here's where you're going. So with GIS, we could tell our team where they had to go, when they had to go, so we get this done.
And we also use GIS, which gives us the opportunity for presenting information to our voters that is more accessible. While we could just take screenshots of Google Maps for all of our maps on our website, we've done research on how to better make our content accessible on the web with the help of the International Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And during that research, we found that over 300 million people in the world have some form of color blindness, affecting 1 in 12 men and 1 in 200 women. And you can see on the graphic on the left that if you have trouble seeing green light, red light, or blue light, that it really limits your color palette. And so that, of course, affects our maps as well. So we've always strive our best to make our maps more accessible. And the Esri ArcGIS platform allows us to do that better than Google because we have the customization options with color schemes to do so. And we have 2 main websites to help us with that. The first website is Color Brewer, which we consult for advice for cartography for all of our map color schemes. All of the color schemes on that website are really appealing to the eye. And if the eyeball icon on the web page says that doesn't have a slash through it, then it's colorblind friendly. And so we can say with confidence that we are making maps that are colorblind friendly through Color Brewer. We also use WebAIM, which helps us extremely with web content accessibility guidelines. They have all kinds of information if you want to make your website more accessible to begin with, but it also has a color contrast checker. And of course, when you're deciding colors for whether it's your map or your website, you want to make sure that your foreground color and your background color aren't too dark or too light. Otherwise, people with color blindness or people with even low vision might not be able to see it. So color contrast is really important to check. And we're happy to use WebAIM to help us check that. And in order to double check our work, Esri ArcGIS Pro, particularly version 3.0, has a color vision deficiency simulator. So you can see on the map on the right, this is a map that we made using a Color Brewer color scheme from before. And I put it through the color vision deficiency simulator on the right here, and the greens become shades of yellow and the pinks become shades of blue for people with red blindness when we simulate it. And it's thanks to the simulator that we can tell, even as people without color blindness, that someone with red blindness could still read our maps just as well as anyone else.
Our big takeaways from this is every time we use our lookup applications for the big elections, they see hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hits. In November 2020, our polling place line tracker saw 500,000 hits. In smaller elections, of course, they get less. But the voters see that. They get to go look and they get to understand, okay, where do I vote? What do I see? So it creates online engagement. Every time our social media posts a map, they see a higher turnout of voter engagement and shares because people see maps and they go, oh, this is what's going on. We've won awards because of our Vote Anywhere system, which is all backed by the GIS, because we looked at every single polling place we were using and made sure that they're within 7.5-minute drive to a voter. So 99% of our voters can make it to a polling place in 7.5 minutes. And then, of course, this all results in happier voters and candidates and staff. This communication and this GIS, it just makes it easier for people to understand what's going on, and they can find the information. And that's what's really important, is them finding the information, know who am I voting for, what am I voting for, where am I voting. And that is it. Anyone have any questions?
I just want to add a couple of things real quick. While I was sitting there through this presentation, which I understood none of, by the way, but Kathy Holstein made a point yesterday in our board meeting, and it was, she said when she was a clerk, she would come to these urban board conferences, and sometimes these presentations about whatever, they'd be talking about 100 things that didn't apply to her, but maybe there were 1 or 2 things from the presentation that she could take back and implement and make the process better for her and her voters in her office. So yeah, maybe you don't need all this stuff these guys talked about, but maybe there are a couple things in there that would be handy. And the last thing I want to say, where I think the payoff for GIS that these guys didn't even mention, what paid off for us, I remember prior to this most recent redistricting in 2011, 2012, I remember the election board going through an awful time where courts were redrawing maps and the legislature was slow, the townships were difficult to redraw, and the folks at the election board were staying up over the weekend, long nights, trying to redraw these maps. They had all these maps out, doing it by hand with pens and pencils and crayons and stuff. This time around, same story. All the maps were late. Maps went to court. Our county council, we have a very strange process to redraw our county council districts. It never works. It always goes to federal court. A federal judge always draws our county council districts. The difference this time was that we told the federal judge, hey, we've got some folks in our office who, if you will work with them, they can draw the maps for you, whatever maps you want, and make sure that you don't crack census blocks and go over precinct lines and stuff like that. So we were able to reach an agreement with the federal court that these guys got to go into the judge's chambers and work with the judge and her staff. And Rob really loved it. He'd come back to the office. I said, how'd it go, Rob? I can't tell you. I'm sworn to secrecy. I can't say anything about it. So, okay, Rob, great. But in the end, the maps were all along census lines, precinct lines, and we were able to ingest those data without a whole lot of trouble. So it's an investment GIS, but it really paid off for us. So happy to, like they said, take questions. And guys, great job on your presentation.
So yeah, he asked, do we do other demographics other than drive time? So yes, we actually in 2017 we do it on limited basis, and it depends on the demographic for walkability. So when we used Beyond Housing in 2017, we did a walk analysis of the neighborhoods just to show that when we consolidated 3 polling places into one, that yes, no matter if they weren't driving, they were walking, they'd only have a 10-minute walk to the polling place. So yeah, Arc Online, through the analysis tools, you can do drive time and you can do walk time, and each of those they all run on credits. It's about 50 cents an analysis, basically, per point you're analyzing. And we took in metro stops when we did our 7.5-minute analysis. So we really kind of looked at all the data, because Metro has a wonderful data set they publish online to share with everybody. So half the fun stuff in GIS is finding where the data is and then ingesting it. So he asked a question of what kind of costs are with the licensing for the Esri products. So the Esri products have a variance in costs. If you go on and do ballpark range, so our software package that we buy is about $4,000 per license. But there are ones that give you most of the access that we do for about $1,000. So it just kind of depends on what you need. And there are people you can reach out at Esri and ask them questions of, hey, I need to do X, Y, and Z. What's the best way to do it? And they're glad to answer those questions, because there are more things that we do that you wouldn't need to do. But when you get Arc Online and everything, it's, once you get it, it's yours. And most of the stuff you're using on it is you can upload maps and share it with the public, and it's instant almost.
And I would just add to that, yeah, we have a GIS shop within the Board of Elections, but that's somewhat unique. A lot of counties, they have some GIS capability within their county government that's used for a lot of different things. And GIS is so valuable now in all aspects of county government, really. So assessors use it a lot, sheriff's departments, road and bridge departments. So, we have in all of our different county departments, they're using it. So even if it might be kind of a big lift for you to have just in the clerk's office or the election board office, maybe somebody else in your county government's using it, and you can piggyback onto them, share costs, share resources. Diane.
Yeah. So they will type in an address. So what it is, it's you just have your precincts layer, and each precinct has a ballot assigned to it, like in all your voting systems. And they'll type in an address, and it will go straight to that precinct. So it has almost a zone lookup. So the ArcGIS program is very, very smart. It almost knows where every address is in the world. So she asked about the map of where we historically showed voters voting, and that was for that have voted for the absentee map, those dots. So that came from the poll pad system. We imported that in, and then each of those dots was 2 voters. So we randomize it when it punts into the individual precincts. So then no information is visible to the public. And that's an internal map for us. But it really is just it's 2 tools in the software to do it, and it runs it very quickly. And you can use MCVR to export that information. There are reports. No, we could also do that. We have for the election results and everything, it comes out of MCVR, and we can throw it in. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Is this on? I'm Betty Williams. I'm the Republican Deputy Director for the Election Board. So right now we're waiting for the Secretary of State to arrive. So we thought we'd give out some little prizes while we wait. Everybody have their white ticket in their lanyard. The bowl of tickets, yeah. Everybody enjoy the breakfast out on the patio. Wasn't it beautiful? Here we go. Okay, drum roll, please. And number is, I'll take my class, 792797. Woo! Come on down. Yeah, all right. So we got to discard this one. Yeah, we'll do 3. Oh, can you hear me better now? Oops. There we go. Okay, the next number, 792840. 792840. No? Okay. Oh, okay, you lost yours. We'll get you a replacement one because we're going to have plenty of drawings. If anybody lost their ticket, just see us and we'll get you a replacement ticket. Okay. That was probably yours. Okay, next is 792767. Aha! All right, we're going to do one more. Seven nine two 688. Oh, yeah. Anybody? All right, here we go. Yep. Yeah, let's do another bottle. Here we go. Oop. Oh, no. Okay, here we go. 792722. All right, there we go. Gary. And he'll talk. All right. Okay. All right, let me real quick. No, Gary. You want to introduce? Okay, we'll do some more of these later. Okay, I lied. We're doing one more. See us if you lost your ticket and you need one. Okay? From what I understand, the Secretary of State's like maybe 5 minutes away, so we'll draw another one. Ooh, we're going to do a basket from the hill. All kinds of goodies in here, I bet. There's a bottle of wine, a little vino, a little marinara sauce. Yep. You can make a little meal right out of that basket. Okay. 792762. Woo! All right. Hey. Just to let you guys know, for tonight's dinner banquet, there will be a DJ, and out on the patio area where we had breakfast, and dinner will also be served out there. So we'll have another good evening out on the patio. Hopefully the humidity's not too bad. So that's good. Okay. Huh? Well, let's do one more bottle of wine. Yep. 5 minutes away. Okay, 792775. I know, I love it. Okay, I guess for right now we'll have to kind of talk amongst ourselves until he arrives. I know he's on his way. Yes. Yeah. You know, that sounds like a plan. Yeah. All right, how about all the new county clerks step up here to the front and you can file across here and introduce yourselves. All right, we also, what do you want to do, that way? All right, so the new county clerks, come on up. You need a ticket? That's, you know what, that was easy to do. So, okay. Welcome to all the new county clerks. Okay, everybody? Take a good look at them now while they're still sane before we go into 2024.
Okay, I'll start. Kenny Schulte, Lincoln County.
Tammy Perkins, Macon County.
Rhonda Crum, Wayne County.
Donna Hillis, Butler County.
Petal Stanley, Carroll County. Brittany Burton, Saline County.
Laura Johnson, Phelps County.
Adrian Lee, Vernon County.
Heather Malsby, Ray County.
Jamie Aubrey, Caldwell County.
Stephanie Spencer, Taney County.
All Sullivan County.
Rachel Taylor, Davies County.
Nikki Brand, Barton County.
Jeannie Goff, Jefferson County.
Brandy Flynn, Rawls County.
Marla Myers, Marion County.
Sheila Clark, Gentry County.
Beth Whelan, Monroe County.
Paula Brumfield, Christian County.
The best for last, Alan Seball, Scott County.
Welcome, y'all. Thanks for the suggestion. That was awesome. Okay. Okay, now we're ready. He has arrived. Oh, yeah, thanks. Gary.
Good morning, good morning. I'm not going to sing that all day, just every time I come up here to introduce someone. Thank you for your patience. Congratulations to those who won attendance, prizes. There are more that'll be forthcoming during the course of the day. At this point, I'd like you to welcome to the podium Mr. Jerry Hunter, who is the chairman of the Board of Election Commissioners for the City of St. Louis. Jerry.
Good morning. Gary, thank you for the introduction. I've been asked to introduce our Secretary of State this morning, who has taken time out of his schedule to come and speak to this illustrious group. As all of you know, the Secretary of State is the chief election officer for the state of Missouri, and I know he's worked with all of you all as part of his duties as the chief election officer for the state of Missouri. But before I introduce the Secretary of State, and if he doesn't mind, I want to, first of all, thank all of you who took time out of your schedule to attend this conference and for your support of the conference. I want to thank those of you who worked hard to put this conference together. I know there were people from all over the state who worked on this. I saw on some of the material that Brian Sullivan worked with some of the folks out of Jackson County, and all of you had a big role in putting this conference together. So I do want to thank you for your efforts in that regard. And I want to acknowledge the hard work that all of you all put in making sure you get the elections conducted correctly. You know, I know when I'm down at the St. Louis City Board of Election Commissioners on various elections, our goal is to make sure we have an error-free election. And I know that's the goal of everybody in this room. And I want to acknowledge that because that's very important, because as all of you know, the press doesn't cover it if it's an error-free election, but if there's a mistake, the press obviously loves to write about bad news. So I want to acknowledge that because of the efforts by all of you and your staff, we get our election results in Missouri on the night of the election, unlike Pennsylvania and Nevada, which sometimes they don't get their results till days or weeks later. But I want to acknowledge that. And we want to keep it that way where the voters in this state know the day of the election what the results of the election. So thank you for all that you all have done. And I want to acknowledge our two Director of Elections, Gary Stoff and Ben Borgmeyer, who do an excellent job in making sure that we get the election results out, and the staff does an excellent job on it. Lastly, we went through last year, well, it was more than a year, a couple of years, trying to upgrade the election equipment here in St. Louis City. And I want to acknowledge that, as I've indicated, with the support of, as many of you who've gone through that process know, it's always good to be able to call on some of your other fellow election directors for advice and consultation. So I want to acknowledge that we did just that, and we called on and got advice and input from several election directors around the state. I want to acknowledge the fact that Kurt Barr, who was the Director of Elections for St. Charles County and a former state representative, was one of those people who took time out of his schedule to visit with us by video and give us advice. Also, and Kurt is a former state representative. Shane Scholler, the Greene County clerk, who is also a former state representative, was kind enough to give us advice on the election system they use in Greene County and the pros and cons. And lastly, but not least, our two directors in St. Louis County, Rick Stream and Eric Fay, not only were kind enough to give us advice and input, but they even came down to our meeting and spent time with us at the meeting to talk about their election system, and because their system has been in place for a number of years. We still owe, I will acknowledge this, we still owe Rick and Eric a lunch. And since I've announced that publicly, I guess we'll have to take Kurt and Shane Sherrill out to lunch too. So we still owe them a lunch. But thank you all for all you do. And let's keep the system in this state going strong, because I will tell you this. My view is if it's not broke, don't fix it. I don't think we need to be making drastic changes to our election system. And Mr. Secretary of State, I hope I'm not interfering with your remarks, but I don't think we need to be making drastic changes to our election system. Okay, we are, as I said, we are fortunate to have as our speaker our Secretary of State, John J. Ashcroft, who is the Missouri 47th Secretary of State. He was elected in 2016 as the Secretary of State and re-elected in 2020. And as I indicated earlier, the Secretary of State is our Chief Election Officer. He also has other duties, including having direct responsibility for monitoring and prohibiting fraud in securities and securities transaction, and additional duties in addition to those two. But my guess is his presentation today, along with Ms. Peters, will be to talk about their role in the conduction of elections and the conduct of elections in the state of Missouri. Secretary of State Ashcroft leads an office with more than 200 employees, taking an active role in the administration, in this administration division in this office, include administration, rules, business services, elections, publication, archives, securities, and the state library. Our Secretary of State started out as an engineer. He was an educator, and he later decided to become a lawyer, but he has the excellent background for the job he holds as our Secretary of State. He is married, and his wife's name is Katie, and they have 4 lovely children, and they reside in Jefferson City, our state capital. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce our Secretary of State, John J. Ashcroft.
Thanks. I will be shorter than the introduction. Is that okay? Thanks, Jerry. Most of you have had the, well, we won't say what it was, of listening to me talk before. So you know that the drill is, and I'm just going to say this for the new election authorities, Chrissy gets the hard questions, okay? Look, I just want to thank you all for what you do. This is, I assume it's been mentioned multiple times, I've never been to an urban board with this sort of turnout. You know, I've been to several urban boards, but I just think this is fabulous. It was great to see all the new election authorities. I mean, I miss some of the people you replaced, no offense, but it's great to see so many new people that are getting involved to work hard on and continue to make sure that Missouri really does lead in how we run our elections. And as much as I will take credit for that, it's all what you do. You all are the ones that actually create the ballots, you choose the equipment, you train the poll workers, which sometimes is not the most fun task you have, and sometimes you wonder if you really trained them on Election Day when you get questions, but I appreciate what you do. And we haven't had trouble in Missouri, not on any sort of scale, and it's because of the work you do. And some of you know that I jokingly said my motto when I ran for re-election as Secretary of State was, MEBA, making elections boring again. And you get that, because we want election day to be boring. We don't want to do anything that makes the election exciting. We'll leave that up to the candidates and the people that are pushing issues. And you all have done a great job of that. You've done a great job of just running elections, not putting a finger down on the scale, getting results back quickly. And I know that as much as the people of this state love that, they don't love quick election results as much as you all like being done, sending in your numbers and getting your adult beverage of choice after a long day. So I commend you for that. Keep it up. Happy to answer any questions you should have. I do have one request of you, and I will try to be a little bit abnormal, and I won't say anything in my monologue about Eric to give him trouble, since we are in the St. Louis area. But the one thing I'd like to mention is we are working on potential election reform legislation for next year. At times, I think we've worked pretty well with the clerks to finish up that election law. Some of you have spent some time in the side gallery right off the Senate working on that. I had wondered if maybe you as a group would consider picking one clerk to be a representative to help us from the very beginning of looking at potential things we could do to bring the local election authorities, and I shouldn't say clerk because it's election authorities, boards, and election administrators, you name it, but maybe to have one of your members, me at the very beginning of that, instead of coming in more toward the middle or the end of that, would just invite you to do that. I know that every time you have an election, you think of ideas. Some of the things I'm thinking about, I think a lot about how we canvass. It's expensive. It's an awful lot of work for you. We rely on the post office. I'd really love to get your ideas and get you thinking about, is there a better way to do that? Because it's an awful lot of work for you. It is expensive, and I just don't know that it's that effective. And that's not because of what you're doing. It's because of the process. And I think our elections are running well, and I'd like us to look more in depth as to kind of structurally what can we do to do a better job. And I don't know, whatever you guys have ideas on, I'd love to hear and entertain, and if nothing else, cuss and discuss and see what we can do. Any questions that I can answer for you? Easy ones, because Chrissy is coming for the difficult one. That's why she gets paid the big bucks. Now, you're not a new clerk, so this should be a good question. I believe they will. It's always dependent upon what the legislature does with the appropriation of funds. I have some concern about what the fiscal health of the state will be in the next 3 to 5 years, because if you look at our budget, the state budget has grown dramatically, and if you look at the latest revenue data, revenues are really leveling off. Now, if I knew exactly what the future would be, I would not have bet on the Cardinals. I would be in Vegas, but I don't hear anything. I'm not sensing anything from the Appropriations Committee in the Senate or the Budget Committee in the House that makes me think those dollars are in jeopardy. We will request them. We will push for them. Well, I think more importantly, you have my number. Does anybody here not have my number? Seriously, if any of our election authorities don't have it, okay. Well, I just want to make sure. No, we will push for it. We will request it. But maybe the representative, the former state clerk, Representative McGaw, as we jokingly call her, is here. Maybe she can help us a little bit with that. Go ahead, Eric.
I have one question. Since you mentioned voter list maintenance, I know earlier this year we pulled out of Eric. My question is not about Eric. That is passed.
Well, everything with you is about Eric.
Well, some people might say that. Yeah. My question is moving forward. You did talk a little bit about at that time maybe looking into other things we might be able to use. You just mentioned the Canvas. So is there any possibility from the state level, from your office, we might be able to get, NCOA data or SSA master death list data, something like that, that would help us with some of those movers and dead folks next year.
We are all in favor of getting you that data. The federal government is not necessarily in favor of you getting that data. We've been working on that for several months. We actually started working on that before a final determination was made about Eric, the system, not Eric that I like to give trouble to and skis occasionally. We're running into the federal government refusing to give us the data right now. We are continuing to work on that. We are continuing to look at what we can do to provide you as much information as possible to clean up your voter rolls. There are some states that are looking at, that have left ERIC or never been part of ERIC, that are looking at creating their own kind of quasi-similar, but don't call it ERIC system. I'm really more focused on saying, what can we do in state to meet the needs of you all with cleaning our voter rolls? Let's not just create another big database. Let's make sure we have something that's sustainable, that's not as costly. But we are, the most simple answer to your question, we have reached out. We are pushing the federal government to allow us to get that data, and they are pushing back on allowing us to get some of that data. There were changes made in 17 or 18, but we have not only reached out to the administration, but we're reaching out to congressional delegation and working the normal forms to get that, because it's inappropriate that they're not giving us that data. And we're happy to pay the cost of it. It's just that they're not giving us access to it is wrong. Y'all really want Chrissy, don't you? Hey, thank you for what you do. I guess I get to introduce the Director of Elections, the real person you call if you have problems or need advice in the Secretary of State's office, Chrissy Peterson. She travels the state. She works for you all. Give her a great hand of applause, please. There you go.
Well, thank you guys, and thank you, Secretary. I wanted to go ahead and I think, right, I probably do have to talk a little bit about the hard stuff, but that's fine. We are going to take some quick glances at some topics. We're going to talk a little bit about money, maybe more like grants, and then we're going to talk a little bit about some MCVR updates that have been put in place. Also, we're going to talk about some things that are upcoming that may help with some efficiencies. And then we will talk a little bit more about list maintenance. I'm going to go through some of those reports that you guys have seen updates in because we were members of the ERIC state, but how we are going to continue those efforts and how you're going to see some updates soon, okay? So I'm going to first start with the HAVA Election Security Grant. Most of you have already signed up for this grant. If you haven't, we have actually sent a reminder. These funds are immediately available to you as soon as you sign up for the grant. We will send that to you with information on how you have to have that deposited in an interest-bearing account and how you can have access to that and spend those funds specifically for what is defined with the federal regulations on these funds. But it is actually incurred, the allowable costs are actually for cybersecurity and physical security, so they're going to be related to the terms of including purchasing voting equipment. You can purchase your IT services if you have a separate vendor, secure wireless access, security for your voting equipment. That's like physical security, so a camera system or storage or how you transport your voting equipment from your local election authority's office to the places where you are conducting the election. So that type of stuff is also available to be used with these funds. And if you have any questions about those, just give us a call. If there's a situation where you're like, is this going to be an allowable cost? Send me an email. We can look at it. We can dive into the federal guidelines and see if it is an allowable cost. So some deadlines that we kind of need to talk a little bit about these funds. You have to spend the funds by December 31st. You cannot incur the cost until after you signed up for the grant. Most of you have already signed up for the grant, but if you're going to be going back to your office and you have an email from us, you need to wait till you get that grant signed from our office before you incur the expenses. Also, the financial status report, this is going to be a report that you're going to have to go ahead and send our way once you have spent those funds. So this financial status report, you will want to provide the different categories in which there'll be a line for like where you need to spend the money, where you spent the money, how much it was, and then we'll need the proof of the invoice and we'll need the proof of the payment with that financial report. We were going to go ahead and we'll email that financial report out. If you've already spent all of the money, you can return that report back to us. And if it is something that you are still working on, just kind of keep it to the side until the monies have been spent. If you do not spend all of the money, you will have to return the funds that are unspent, and then we will work on how to distribute the monies that were returned for future grant opportunities. Okay, so one thing that we are sending out, our office is currently requesting transaction costs. So these are going to come to a physical check form to our office, and then we will send you the check with a letter that is kind of informing you that the election law requires that we provide transaction costs to each of you. And these costs are in regards to list maintenance and registration activities that you do in MCVR. So when you make a change to a voter record, or you are sending residents confirmation notices, or you're posting voting history, recording in VRA activities. These are all actions that are tracked in MCVR, and we pay 10 cents per transaction. So this time frame that we look at every year is going to be, this year is from June 1, 2022 to May 31st, 2023. Once you receive this check, the letter will go ahead and also emphasize this, but it should be deposited into your election services fund, and that is regulated by law. So those should be coming out soon. So I wanted to kind of review a little bit about some MCVR recent updates. When importing electronic poll books or when manually entering voting history, if the system has detected that a voter has already has voting history in another county, a message is going to appear, and this is the message that you're going to see. When you receive this message, you should be working with the county where the information for the other voter was already entered. Now, these types of cases that you review, we review these in our office and have for several election cycles now. When you review these, you need to look at signatures that are obtained in the voting process. So meaning you need to work with the other county. You need to look at the signature that was obtained at the polling location, or if it was an absentee ballot, the signature that was obtained on the absentee envelope, and kind of also look at the signature on file. So if you have, like when these types of situations come up, which they're going to be few, they'll be few, but you can always contact our office and we can kind of assist you in some of the things that we have done in the past and kind of work on steps moving forward. One of the things that happens when you are identifying the person who voted, it's that second vote that's the illegal vote, okay? And this is a local situation. So yes, you will be working with your local prosecutor, but to determine where that second vote takes place is where that jurisdiction will be. So that's just something that's new that we have in place. And I know that with the new law that has changed that allows a person to move from one county to another, but still be registered. There was concerns, how are we going to identify that this person has not already voted? And while you have access at the local election authorities to the database to review, you don't have access to that poll book or that polling location where they may have showed up in person. So this is a situation where it will be identified after the illegal action has taken place. Okay, so another thing is the residence confirmation notice cards will now have a place for an email address and a phone number. I know that many absentee applications also have this additional field. So if you are gathering this information from a voter, we just want to make sure that you're utilizing the contacts field in MCVR to put that in there. Because what happens when you get that data into MCVR and you do any type of query on like an export that takes all of the information for a voter out of the system, we've even expanded it to the absentee option as well. You're going to have those phone numbers and those emails. Emails are nice to have if you want to do some type of communication to your voters. When we ask for an email address on the voter registration card, we say that it's optional. We also say on a paper card, we kind of also identify that the optional email field is only used by the election authority for election purposes. So if you want to think about, putting a notice out to your voters or maybe a sample ballot or, check here for information on our website, really making sure that the local election authorities are the trusted source, that they are getting that information from you, utilizing these contact fields and getting that information put into MCVR will be good to have if you want to futuristically have communication efforts in your office. So some upcoming MCVR updates. This is going to be in July. Recently, on January 23rd of 2023, the Department of Revenue updated their procedures in regards to Real ID, and that changed how they are accepting voter registration cards. They now there must be an issue date on that voter registration card so that they will know that it's issued within 1 year of the driver's license ID application. If that issue date is not on there, or if it is past the 1 year, it is no longer considered an acceptable form of ID. Now, we have been in contact with local license offices who have actually greatly depended on the customers using this type of identification because it is one of those cards. It's a way to confirm the customer's physical address and their mailing address. So we are working on utilizing the voter registration card. We have just a little bit of area on there that the issue date is going to be on there. And that issue date will be the date in which you print the card. So if you're printing the card for canvassing purposes, that mass mailing will have the issue date when you do that. But if you're trying to assist somebody individually that's coming into your office, the day that you print that ID card is the issue date that will appear on that card. And so that is coming in July, very soon. Another update that will be coming is not going to be until this fall, but our office has received several concerns with the inefficiencies of having to click through a large volume of 60% confidence level matches. So these matches show up every time you go in. This is not a situation where, when we were looking at this concern, this is not a situation where you have an option just to hide it, because we get this data every week. And so every week we're going to analyze this data. And if you were hiding it, every week it's going to come back and you would just hide it again. So we are working with the team. We are going to actually reduce you even seeing a 60% confidence level on these types of reports. So you'll see that this fall, and hopefully that helps less clicks. Everybody loves less clicks. All right, so to talk a little bit about the SSRS reports, these are where we had what would consider ERIC reports. So I want to give a little bit of an update. So your in-state duplicates, this report will be updated with new information today, and it will continue having updated information on the 15th of every month. This information is internally analyzed. So we are analyzing information within data, within MCVR, much like the process that we went through when we were in ERIC state. And so you will start, now that we have those reports up and running on a regular basis, you'll see an update to that every month on the 15th. Out-of-state matches, this report will be updated with new information today as well, and it will be on the 15th of every month moving forward. This is going to be information that we have from the DMV records. So when a DMV record has a new mailing address that indicates that that person has a mailing address outside of the state of Missouri, that is a record that you will see on this out-of-state match. And then what you can do is you can then mail a residence confirmation notice to the new mailing address to start the process to see if they have, in fact, moved out of state. So that is one of the things that you'll see updated today, and then again moving forward every month. The death master list, I think the secretary already has explained a little bit about that. I would say we're still in process, and obviously we'll keep you informed. We did this SSA death master list match prior to being in ERIC state, and so it is something that we've had available, and that we're hopeful that we'll get access to that data, and we'll be providing that information soon, I hope. The NCOA report, so we already are in contact with an NCOA vendor. We're going to update this information on a 6-month basis. We'll do an analysis of the NCOA against our voter registration database, and then we'll upload information into that NCOA report. So that should be coming up here in the next few months, but I'll get an email out when we update new NCOA information. Okay, I know that everybody received a packet in the mail that kind of did step-by-step list maintenance, step-by-step MVRA canvassing. I just kind of wanted to do a quick overview. You know, this canvas, purpose of the canvas is to identify voters who no longer reside at that registered address on file. You have to do it every 2 years, and it has to be completed no later than 90 days before a primary or general election for federal office. I know that a lot of people do it on off years, and so you might be, you know, in the process of doing that now. You can do it by postal, or you can do it by door-to-door canvas. It is very important that when you are doing the canvas that you are utilizing MCVR, and this is important for multiple reasons. Remember the transaction costs that I talked about? You get a transaction record for every action that you take in this process. If they are not generated, if the residence confirmation notices are not generated through the system, then the county will not get that fee. We have to do, after every general election cycle, we have to do this massive amount of statistics to the EAC. And so in order to show that, I mean, we rely on the reports that come from MCVR. So in order to show the EAC that Missouri is in federal compliance with canvassing, we rely on the data that's in MCVR. So if you're not doing it in MCVR, I don't have the ability to report that type of information to show that Missouri is doing list maintenance and what the state and federal law requires. And using MCVR does automate the process for making voters inactive in bulk and then later deleting them in bulk rather than going in and having to mark the voter individually. So these are just like the general steps of the canvassing. Each of these steps, again, are outlined in that procedure manual that we sent that you have. And it's just after each step, it will also tell you the time frame which you have to wait until you move on to the next step. One of the things that I also kind of want to talk about is some upcoming webinars. New employee training is available upon request. Anytime you want a new employee training, just get a hold of us. We can work with you. We can do it virtually. You can come to our office. Sometimes we can even come to you. We also have a video that we've already done that we can always share. So that's just anytime that there is new employee training, just know that it is available on request. One of the things that we are also going to do is the MVRA canvassing process. While some people do appreciate a step-by-step format where they can follow it, some people also like to see a video. So we are currently working on a step-by-step canvassing video that once that is complete, we'll send it out to everybody, and then you can watch that those step-by-steps in MCVR and follow with each of those steps for those that might want that type of training. One of the things that we're going to do with the petitions workshop, I just kind of wanted you to save the date that we will, at the beginning of June, I know petitions are, really they're not that far away, honestly, we're less than a year, so sorry to bear the bad news. But so planning ahead, if you can kind of save the date for the beginning of June, this is going to be an in-person petitions training opportunity designed for the individuals who are going to be in the database working. We have a classroom type of environment where the individual will come on, they'll log in with their user ID and their password. We will still do kind of the video training and watch how to utilize the system and get through each signature. But then Secretary of State's staff will be available to help troubleshoot or to move through the records, kind of get you comfortable with how it works if you want that type of opportunity. Now, we will still have a video training and written procedures that we will share virtually with everybody when that time comes. But at this point, I just kind of wanted you to save the date so that you can schedule for that. It will likely be like a 9 to 4 type of thing in Jeff City. It will be, I mean, we're designing it for like one day, but we're going to offer multiple days so multiple people can come since we don't have a large area like this, we're just going to do multiple days so multiple people can at least come in and get that type of one-on-one. So that's all that I actually have to talk about, but I am open to questions. Yes. So the DMV has to, they are required to ask the question, are you registered to vote at this address? Now, for a long time, that question was a little misleading, okay? But we have gotten it down to where they are specifically asking the question if they're registered to vote at this address, and if they say no, then they move on. And that's it. If they say they move on and you'll get a voter registration card. If they say yes, then you will not get one. Yes, you know what, we do have a good working relationship with the state level that oversees or assists in training for all of your local offices. So that is something that I will share, that we are seeing duplicates. I actually think that I've already had that conversation because it's happening statewide. And so I think one of the things that might be useful is if a couple of you can give me some examples, like where, like this is the duplicate, and then they can look on the back side of their database to see, if there's some other things that we're not understanding why you're getting that duplicate. That's true. I understand that. Yes. No, that should help, but actually, when I was talking with the DMV representative, they were stating that some of the voter ID cards have what you are saying is displayed. Those were acceptable. The ones that were not acceptable was one that did not have anything. They just had the registration date. And they said, no, it would not be. Okay. Well, yeah, then this issue date that's going in next month will address that, and it will be acceptable. Yeah. Yeah, they can call me because I will not be very happy because we're working on trying to get this, the change is because of their policy change, right? So yes, if there is any question, you just give them to me directly. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, I can be their next person. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so political party affiliation is not a. Okay, for DMV, we will only get information that they obtain in their transaction with the person at the DMV office. There is at no point during a transaction at the DMV office do you declare a party. So therefore, any DMVs that are coming over will not have a declaration of a party. Okay, if you don't have to ask. If you're working on a registration card that has nothing on it, the law specifically says that you have to have the ability for them to mark which political party they want to affiliate with. If nothing is marked, then you can mark the form unaffiliated. That's in the law. So that's when you're working with the forms. So when you're at the polling location, the law requires that you allow an individual to affiliate with a political party, and it's optional. So that you just have to have that as an option for them to affiliate at your at your polling location. If you're using a poll pad or an electronic poll book, you can have, I mean, I think I've worked with vendors and you can have that process built into that, or you can have a voter registration card because the law allows them to do it in the same manner that they would if they were updating their address. Day of election. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're giving them the option. No, that's not what I understand it. You don't have to mention it to them. But if you're using an electronic poll book, we have an upload. If they identify within your electronic poll book that they are affiliated with a party, it's going to be uploaded. That information will be uploaded when you upload a voting history. So it is going to save you a few clicks if you're, but again, we're not in a situation where it's required. We're not in a situation where we're a closed primary at this point. So it's an optional thing that we should be able to have available to a voter that inquires. Yes. Yeah, so there's actually two things that we're sort of reviewing and analyzing how to get access. One is it is the understanding that if you move to another state and you get a driver's license, you are surrendering your Missouri driver's license. So does the Missouri DMV have access to that data? And if so, can we get into a situation where we could possibly get that information? Because that's another indicator that they've moved out of state. We're working on that. We don't currently get that information, but we'll have a discussion. And then right, yes, and then the expiration date, I can look into that. Yeah, we can look into that, yes. Yes. Oh, okay. Well, then maybe that's the situation happening here too. No, I think this is going to be a state conversation. I can see if there is a way, because I always like to go back to real numbers. I might see if there's a way, especially with our online coming through now, if we can see how many times when they're processing online, they're selecting that it's a duplicate, take that data and report it to the state and say, listen, we need to approach a training opportunity here and see kind of where that will go. Because I think if that is what is happening, if the people are not even asking the questions that are programmed in the system, then yeah, that's why you're getting duplicates, because they're not asking the questions. Okay. And that's not, and I might also, talk about the importance of not doing that, because there are individuals who may be eligible to get a driver's license, but they are not eligible to register to vote. And so I've also kind of had a little bit of conversations with DOC to try and see how we can get down to the probation and parole officers to have those conversations with individuals who may be being released so they understand they're still on probation. They have to say no. We don't want to inadvertently register somebody because somebody's asking them the question and they don't know they're not supposed to be registered. Because some states do allow for felons or individuals like that to be registered. Yes. Sure, sure. So, because the law changed, you are canvassing your voters. If they are mailing back a residence confirmation to you and they are indicating that they now live at this address in this county and they've signed it, you will change that voter status to pending. I think it's like pending address verification or pending change of address. Thank you. And so you're going to change it to that status. Then you're going to mail it to the new county. When the new county gets it, they'll look it up, they'll change it to active, and you'll go through your steps to do a verification notice, and then that is when the person will be now registered in your county. One of the things that I think, speaking of that, and I think most of you already do this, you probably already scan in your voter registration cards into MCVR, but this is where this is extremely important, because new county who's getting a residence confirmation notice that a voter who's registered is moving to their county is not going to have that voter registration card unless you've scanned it into the system. So make sure we're scanning those in, and then you move forward with the steps on getting them in your county. Now there is a good way to control this, because if you're not handling it on the time in which you're doing canvassings or other counties are doing canvassings, you could potentially be handling a lot of people on election day in your office trying to vote because they are registered in the state, but they've just now moved to your county. So kind of doing that list maintenance and getting ahead and having good, accurate data on election day will be helpful and decrease the traffic that will be in your office on election day for these individuals. Yes. Oh, okay, so her question was, if a residence confirmation notice is being sent from another county, and it has all the information, then you will register that individual to vote. If you are doing your canvass and you are getting a residence confirmation notice back from a voter stating that they have moved to another county, you're going to change the status of that voter, and then you are going to send that residence confirmation notice to the county that is indicated. You're welcome. What else? What you guys got? Yes. Is an identification card, it's not, an identification card would still be returned to you in the event that that person falsified an address, correct? No, yeah, they're fully registered at your address. And you can send a card. So the voter identification card had a lot of parameters around it for a long time because it was a form of identification they could use when they go to vote. What the purpose of sending, whether you send a verification notice, but it's not, or whether MCVR automatically sends a voter identification card, the purpose is making sure that that address does belong to that voter and that they aren't falsifying something. Because if it, so say you sent the voter identification card and it came back within 30 days, then you'll know that that person really isn't there. Yes. Yes. If it's on the vote, if it's on the registration card? No. So the question was, if a voter is filling out an absentee application in a primary election and they are indicating which political party they want a ballot for, can that be what we use to put in as the political party affiliation for the voter in the voter record? And the answer is no. That is not. That is just to identify which type of ballot they're going to receive for that election, absentee ballot. Yes. I think that's all tied to the one that that will be in November. I think that it's all together. This, yeah, the stay is still on the voter solicitor part. Yes. Um, that's up to you. All right. Oh, yes. Yes. So I'm glad you brought that up because I think everybody in the room knows that as of this moment, there is no presidential preference primary, and I don't think I don't think there's really any time to put that in place because at the state level, if somebody's going to file for that election, they're filing in December. So we're really just a few short months away from that. To your question, is there going to be a request for more voter registration lists? So possibly, but I will also state that our office gets requests, I don't know if they're going to be interested in your local list or if they're going to be interested in the state list. So if it's a state list, it will come to us. If it's a local list, it would come to you. There could be an increase. I don't know how to project that. Yes. $35 for the statewide list. Then we're also required by law to provide absentee lists to candidates, specific, individuals, and I think that is 25. Yes. I'm not a sunshine law expert, but I mean, yes. The request form for the. Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, I can share. You'll have to make it, local to yours. Like we have an area where they can put their credit card information, how much it is. But yeah, I can send that around so that you can make it personalized. But we charge $35 for that. All right. Okay. Doesn't look like I see any other hands. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, everybody, we're going to take a break and let's meet back in here at 11:15. Please don't forget to visit the vendors. Hi, everybody. If we could take a seat and okay, next we have the United States Postal Service, and they have a newly established election and government mail service team. And here to talk about that today is Jared Siddle, Adrian Marshall, and Darren Gatson.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you so much. Good morning, Missouri. Good morning, Missouri. Okay, good morning. It's really good to be here. Thank you, Betty, for the invite. Really excited to be able to talk with you today. I have a couple of topics that we'll cover. The 2022 election cycle recap. I'll share some scores with you, some performance numbers. I'll introduce the Election and Government Mail Services team. As Betty said, it's a new structure. We'll talk a little bit about election mail security, what we're doing with outreach and communication with election officials and the election official community. And then I'll cover a postmarking policy, and then I'll turn it over to Gerard, and he'll cover some mailing recommendations that we have for you. So real exciting stuff, sounds like, right? I do like to read this slide because it is our role in the election process. We're committed to fulfilling our role in the electoral process, and we provide a secure, efficient, and effective way for citizens to participate when policymakers decide to use mail as part of their elections. The Postal Service has a robust and tested process for proper handling and timely delivery of election mail. Every federal election cycle, we make efforts across the nation to inform local and state election officials about mailing procedures, our operational standards, and our recommended best practices for utilizing the mail. I like to say at this point that we don't advocate for vote by mail. What we say about voting by mail is if you decide to vote by mail, it's safe, it's secure, and it's efficient. We also don't influence state laws when it comes to election laws. I heard you all talk briefly about some laws and some things this morning, but we don't influence state laws. 50 states, everybody runs their elections different. And then this federal election cycle. So my structure deals with federal elections. However, when we go through and I introduce the team and the layers of the organization and how it works down all the way through you, we have a team of managers of customer relations. And when I get through the organizational design piece, I'll talk more about it. But they organize and centralize the activities around local and city and municipality elections, like your mayor or city council person, or so those local elections, those activities are always coordinated with managers of customer relations who are really points of contact. So let's talk a little bit about the scores and how we performed last year for the midterm general election. 99.93% of ballots delivered from voters to election officials within 7 days. 99.82% of ballots delivered from voters to election officials within 5 days. And then 98.96% of ballots delivered from voters to election officials within 3 days. So on average, less than 2 days for that round trip piece to and from voters to election officials. So pretty impressive performance there. As we get into talking about the STIDs and the makeup of your ballots and your return ballots, Gerard's going to talk a little bit more about how these numbers can be skewed. Between September 6th and December 6th, we processed and delivered 54.4 million ballots. And even though we probably had more ballots in the system, if the mail piece is prepared and we can identify the mail as a ballot, then this is the number that we're talking about, the 54.4 million. If you're not using the proper STID and you may be using a ballot STID on election mail, then this could skew that number. So we'll talk about the importance of selecting those STIDs when you're preparing your mail, and we'll get further into that. So for my team, so prior to 2020, this position was held by someone in the organization assignment. It was like for a year, right? And often In and out? Okay. Is it good now? Okay, so new Postmaster General comes in, Louis DeJoy. It's a priority for him. Election mail is a big focus. It's always our priority. Let's put a structure in place. And so this team of 9 that I lead, actually 8 people who work for me, we centralize and formalize the activities around federal elections. So I have Dan Bentley, who works with me at headquarters, and our headquarters is in DC. He's the policy and strategy manager. I have 4 field specialists who are domiciled in their respective areas. Steve Carter is in Westpac. Gerard Siddle, who happens to be your central area specialist. Missouri falls into the central area. Gerard is here with me today, and he's going to be presenting on the mailing recommendations. Danny Avila Garcia covers southern area, and then Lisa Del Rio covers the Atlantic area. Underneath the policy and strategy group, we also have 3 policy and strategy specialists, Will Hensley, Tiffany Todd, and Emily Mattis. So this is my small team it's a small team of 9. But we have a lot of support when it comes to what we do. This small team of 9, it's impossible for us to cover the whole country, right? So it takes a team of us. So we have 4 directors of customer relations in the respective areas of Southern, Central, Atlantic, and Westpac. It's aligned just the way that the field specialists are aligned. Those 4 area directors of customer relations oversee the 50 managers of customer relations that are your points of contact. And today, I'm really happy that we have your point of contact with us, and that's Darren Gadsden. So thank you so much, Darren. So I want you to make sure that before you leave today, that you know where Darren lives, you have his cell phone number, his email. So make sure that you have that information before you leave. So he is one of those 50 managers of customer relations, and again, he is your primary point of contact. And then we have district strike teams, and we also have headquarters strike teams. And those strike teams support us at a local level, also at a headquarters level. So we've got Corp Com, government relations, legal teams, operations, mail processing, retail, and delivery. So a number of resources that support us and support you. Those 50 managers of customer relations, of course, serves as the point of contacts for over 11,000 election jurisdictions. And then our really important partners when it comes to securing the delivery of our nation's election mail, the Postal Inspection Service, and also the U.S. Postal Service, OIG. Now, let me just explain this. So, postal inspectors, oldest law enforcement agency, most trusted law enforcement agency. They protect us, they protect you, they protect the sanctity of the mail in our facilities. They also protect you if you have or suspect fraud or you have threats. They're also a resource for you. And then the OIG, which have some of the similar oversight, except they're our police. So they police us. So twice a year they come out, right before the primaries, they perform audits to determine whether we're operationally ready. They also come out again right before the general election to determine if we're operationally ready. And when we're not, guess what? We get some stuff. We get some homework. But you can find any of those reports on our election mail website, and Gerard will get into the resources and how you get to that. Some of the other outreach that we have promoted and amplified, how many of you received a survey between March 21st and April 14th from me? You did? Only one? You did, 2. How many of you are caught up on your email? I'm just kidding. So we sent a survey, and what we wanted to know on that survey is like 10 questions, really, really short. I told my team, I said, I want to find out what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. So let's ask the election officials. Let's ask them if they know who their point of contact is. Let's ask them for their ballot mail return address. That's that goal list that we're talking about. Okay, so they came back and they gave me 30 questions. I said, when you complete a Chick-fil-A survey, do they ask you 30 questions? We can't ask them 30 questions. Who has time to answer 30 questions? Let's give them 10. Okay, so we get 10 questions. Are you familiar with IMBs? Are you using IMBs? Where's your ballot coming back to? We wanted to know that return address because that goal list we give to our operations partners so that they can create sort plans and special holdouts so that that ballot's not going through all these machines. It just goes right to your delivery point, directly to your address, and we can hand those off to you on Election Day. So that's why we wanted to know what the ballot return address was. And then tell us what we could do to improve. What do we need? We try to be, but we're not. And then lastly, we just recently hosted Election Mail Day at the National Postal Forum in Charlotte. Do we have anybody from the audience there? Okay, we missed you. Next year it's in Indianapolis. So join us. We have a host of subject matter experts that come in. Postal inspectors are there. Really great day. So just an invite for next year's forum. And then I know that Missouri is not a postmark state, right? You accept ballots up to Election Day, by close of Election Day. Our postmarking policy, just cover this really quickly. We don't postmark every piece of mail. We try, but postmarking to us is a revenue protector, right? I know you all, some states have canvassing, and their canvassing, they require a postmark by a certain day. Certain states have, if you want to register to vote in the general election, you have to register by April, whatever, and you have to have the postmark. It's our intent to postmark it, but there's some situations that present us not to be able to postmark. But just wanted to share the policy with you, and I won't go through those, but that's our postmarking policy. All right? I think we'll have time for questions at the end. I'll turn it over to Gerard at this point to talk about our recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. So I'm Gerard Suttle, Election and Government Mail Field Specialist for the Central Region. To start with, I would like to just say good morning to you all. I am not an expert at this information. We do have experts for different areas of the information that I'm going to be covering. I want to spend some time basically going over the resources that's available from the Postal Service and where some of those resources are. We have a number of tools that are available for election officials. These visibility tools are strongly recommended to help improve processing and enhancing customer experience. So we have the official election mail logo. This is the visible identifier that will help you knowing that this is election mail. We also have that tag 191. That's that green tag that you see on the actual trays and the sacks. We want to have that available for you. So those are visual indicators that says this is election mail. So we also have these three other things that is really geared towards the mailer, what we call the mail site person. This is basically going to be used for making sure that they have an understanding of the postal statements and the e-docs. So when you're entering, and you all are familiar with the e-docs, when you're entering the business mail entry unit and other postal facilities, you're going to see that postal statement. It's going to have, this is election mail. So we want to make sure that we're checking that. That helps give us IMB visibility that this is ballot mail. We also have the unique serialized intelligent mail barcode. It's used for sorting and to tracking. And we use the serialized barcode for outbound and return ballot envelopes. It is the part of the barcode that takes precedence over the actual mailing address. So when you see the mailing address on there, and if there's any issues, it's going to basically go back to the IMB to see what is the correct address on that piece of mail. So you'll have the address listed, but if you have that IMB, it's going to take precedent. So when using the intelligent mail barcode on ballots, use the updated ballot mail type STID. STID is what we call STID, and we have a lot of acronyms. On the outbound and return ballots. This is how the customer has visibility of the mail piece itself. So if we're looking at the components of the IMB, the first part of it is that voter routing and the address. That is more like the heart of the IMB itself. We also have the unique serialized barcode, the unique serialized barcode part of the IMB, which tells us what the uniqueness of that whole barcode is. So you want to make sure that you have the understanding of that part of the IMB. We also have what we call the MID, and that's a feature of the IMB that's for the mailer ID to identify who that mailer is. And then we have the 3-digit part of it, which is the ballot STID. And I won't go into a lot of detail of the ballot STID itself, but it's that 3-digit part of the IMB that tells us that it is a ballot. So if we run into issues and we have that mailing address on the mail piece, and if there's an issue with it, it's going to reference the STID part of it and then have the forward or the return part of the address of what we need to do with that piece of mail. So take advantage of using the specific ballot mail STID for IVMTR. Is the data that provides the visibility of the ballot mail. So when there's issues with the address, like I said, the STID will allow you to have the forward or the return part of that piece of mail. So remember, ballot STIDs are not for ballot STIDs are for ballots only and not sample ballots. So we have seen where ballot STIDs are being used for sample ballots. So what that causes is issues with us actually having a record of how many ballots we have in our system. We also have seen where ballot STIDs are used for other types of election mail. We definitely don't want to do that. Like I said before, it does skew the ballots that are within our system. Okay. So the official, election officials who are wanting to have a discount on the USB marketing and mail postage, we have the move update option. So we have the 4 that are shown here: national change of address, address change service, auxiliary service, endorsement, and alternative methods. So from the post office perspective, the move update is critically important for operational purposes. So the massive amount of undeliverable and discarded mail it puts a strain on the Postal Service. So the move update is required, is updated to designate and drastically reduce the waste by improving the quality of the mail distribution list. So we want to make sure that we're using the update part of that. So this next slide is showing a mail piece design, and I can't stress enough about mail piece design. We do have experts who are called mail piece design analysts. So if you're not actually designing your own mail pieces, the mailers are doing this part of it, or if you are designing your mail pieces, we want you to get in contact with the actual mail piece design analyst so that they can review those mail pieces prior to you actually using them. We have seen issues where we have issues with the actual color, the size, the placement, and the indicia that affects the mail piece processing and visibility. So an MDA has been assigned to assist you on your local jurisdictions. So if we're looking at a mail piece that has improper design, a mail piece that has film or barcode applied, we have the facing identification mark film. It's the reply mail marking. So the Postal Service uses the facing identification marking basically to have the orientation of the actual mail piece, and then it also helps with sorting to know where that mail piece needs to go to which particular machine at the processing plant where it goes. So we also have on the issue mail piece where we have poor ink quality, which is something that causes issues with automation machines, the readability of the actual mail piece, and the human readable accuracy. The address is also too close to the bottom edge of this particular mail piece. So we do see issues on different mail pieces. So we definitely want to encourage you when you're designing your own mail pieces, we won't run into this issue if you just work with our mail piece design analyst. So some ballots, have the thumb notches on them. And this is an issue that can cause the automation machines to actually damage the mail pieces. So we want to, of course, have this ran by MDA as well, mail piece design analyst. We want to prevent as much damage as possible. We also have seen issues where mail pieces have the open window. They may even have secured flaps on them or that are open. And when it runs through our machine, it's potential for it to be damaged. This may be more information that's for your MSPs or your printers, but if you are designing your mail pieces, just remember the mail piece design analysts are available for you to reference. So now turning over to the printing and mailing schedule. So we use this on first class and time-sensitive election mail. It's particularly used on outbound, and also we want to make sure we continue to advance election mail by using this. So the key thing here to remember is the volume. If you have changes to the schedule or when you're going to actually be entering it into the mail stream, we want to actually, we want to actually make sure that we have the time and the location of the mail entry and any other issues that may be impacting the mail to be supported by the election process. So just make sure that you contact the manager of customer relations, which is going to be Darren, so that he is aware of any of those volume changes or anything that's going to be issues with the time and the location of where these mail pieces are going to be entered. So we do have the prepaid reply mail options, which are used in different ways to help voters with their registration cards, absentee ballot request forms, and other mail election officials at no cost to the voter. So different reply mail options are out there. I won't spend a whole lot of time going over the different types of options that we have. The Postal Service also offers a variety of these different ways that election officials can prepay for mail returned to them. So depending on your expected volume of reply mail tracking, other factors, the Postal Service does have a solution that will meet your needs. So how many of you are familiar with informed visibility? You are? Okay, great. So the informed visibility provides mailers with the visibility and tracking across the mail supply chain. So point to point, end to end, the mail tracking is available to you by going to a particular site in Postal Pro. It allows you to see in real time where your mail pieces are. So we've created a simplified process of getting started, which is outlined here. And you also can reach out to the manager of customer relations who will help you get in contact with a postal service person that is an expert on informed visibility. So I'm telling you now about the informed visibility, but later in the presentation, I will give a resource that will give you the step-by-step of how you can create your own IMB. So how many of you have received your KIT 600 this past year? Okay, great. So hopefully all of the election officials, you did receive that. We actually have mailed that out last year in March. So 11,000 kits went out. Everything that I've talked about is in the KIT 600. We also have an updated KIT 600 that's coming out by the end of the year. If you didn't receive it, so please just let me know. We can make sure that you know where to find it. So the kit is a comprehensive and published materials that help you understand how to best use the mailing process to meet your goals of election mail. So resources like the KIT 600, the postal bulletin itself, and the USPS.com. In addition to the manager of customer relations are available to help you and support you in your needs. So I want to talk about the actual kit itself. It has a lot of different things in there. I won't touch on all of them. So we do have the step-by-step of creating your intelligent mail barcode. We have the tag 191, domestic and international, which is that green tag I spoke about earlier. It has the guidelines and information about the specifics of that. It has the publication 631, official election mail graphics guidelines and logos. It has the publication 632, state and local election mail user guide. Also, you have the mail standards of the United States Postal Service, election mail checkbox in Postal 1, and then it has the USPS postmarking guidelines. So all of this information is available for you to review. I encourage election officials to spend time seeing what's available within that kit. It's a great resource that we put together. It will answer a lot of your questions that you may have. So the postal bulletin is your 2022 election mail and political mail guide. It's geared towards the actual mailer. It's some information of how we already have spoken about today. It's another resource with additional information available to you. So use the contents to familiarize yourself more with the details about how we are looking at election mail processes. The bulletin is on your election mail website as well. So speaking of the actual website, the website is USPS Election Mail. This is a very useful resource. Most of the information that I spoke about you will find here. It's available to you, and we update this regularly, so periodically go and see if anything has changed and keep up with the things that we're relating to you about election mail. We also have another site that's called electionmail.org. This is information that you can find information on common election mail problems. Is local and state election officials may use this information to report past as well as current issues that you're having. So those issues are the official issues that you are having. We want you to post them there, and those are the ones that we're affected with the United States Postal Service of election mail. So we recently went through a restructure and realigned some of our communication efforts. So if you don't remember everything that I would cover today, so just remember that we do have the manager of customer relations and other professionals that are out there for you. So the Postal Service has designated Darren Gatson as the single point of contact for the election mail planning, questions, and issue resolutions. Your manager of customer relations It's supported by a nationwide team of dedicated postal employees who are deeply knowledgeable and fully committed to addressing your election mail. So at this time, that concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention. I would like to turn it back over to Adrian Marshall for a few questions.
All right, Gerard. Okay, before I take questions, I know you have a lot. Let me just reinforce a couple of things that Gerard. The importance of the mail piece design. So how many of you use a mail service provider or vendor to print your ballots? Quite a few, huh? What about, then the remaining of you print them in-house? Yes. Anybody printing in-house? Okay. Okay. So I heard you all have a discussion about Eric briefly this morning. If the mail piece is prepared properly, you can track, well, you can get a couple of things. So those options about the NCOA, you all talked a lot about the change of address. Let me just back it up a little bit. So if you're mailing first class, you get discounted prices that these move updates are all included. Is that new information for anybody? Yes? Okay. So really good information there. Now, if you have questions about this slide or this information, who are you going to call? Darren. There you go. There you go. You've got MDA, you've got an MDA contact on that last slide of resources, and you also have who? Darren. This is a real important piece of the ballot. A lot of measures in place like 7 days prior to the election. We rely on you all to, let me just say this. I don't do a lot of outreach to voters. I rely on you for that. I outreach to you. My role is to make sure that you have what you need. We're here to support you. I did one podcast for the midterm to the voters, and basically my message was, if you choose to use the mail, it's safe, it's secure, it's efficient. But I do recommend that you do it timely. Request your ballot timely. Know your state's guidelines. Yes, that's okay. Thank you, Andrew. Oh, better. Okay. Know your state's guidelines, plan ahead, request your ballot ahead, and mail the return ballot at least 7 days. Now, we know that doesn't happen. We have a lot of voters who will drop a ballot in a collection box the day of the election. But we have some extraordinary measures in place because we want every ballot to get home. We do the handoffs, we do the sort plans, we create those sort plans so it can come directly to your office. We do all clears, we have inspection service that are out, we have command centers, we do a host of things to make sure that every ballot is counted. But we rely on you all to really just spread that message to voters, that it's really important that they return the ballot timely. The mail piece, when he showed the improper designs, what happens if the makeup of the mail piece is putting the ballot at risk, that's what we want to eliminate. So when you're creating it, the weight has to be good, the print has to be good, you can't have multiple barcodes. But if you prepare the mail piece properly with the IMBs and the uniquely serialized IMBs, you can track those ballots end to end, from the beginning to the end. Did you all know that? So I know you're going to have questions about this slide. This slide. You can track your ballots from end to end with informed visibility. There are some election offices that have their county accounts set up. So you can see when the ballots are coming back to you. Who has informed visibility for their personal mailbox? So you know how you see your mail says coming soon? You can see that with informed visibility if you set your county up this way. And if you have questions about that, who are you going to call? There you go. Okay, I'm going to stop on my, let me take some questions. I know I'm standing in the way of you and lunch. Yes, sir.
I work for the city of St. Louis. We sent out about 4,000 absentee ballots per election. And inevitably, we get back maybe 20, 30, or 40. It says, address the unknown or whatever. And I call up the applicant, the voter, and says, did you move? I said, no, I've been here 30 years. How do we get a little yellow sticker on there that says voter unknown? Or it doesn't make sense that, because they've been voting there for years. So how's that thing? And also comes back deceased. How do you know that person actually died?
The deceased part I can't help you with. I have no idea. Is it written on there deceased? Okay, so I can't assume that the carrier wrote it. I can't assume that the person living in the house wrote it. It's typed on the yellow sticker. Now that's a new one on me. We don't keep records of. So let me just explain. When we deliver mail, we're not delivering mail based on the recipient's name. We're delivering mail based on the address. So if Rob Brown lives at 123 Main Street, but so does Susan Richardson live at 123 Main Street, everything going to 123 Main Street is going to go to 123 Main Street. Doesn't matter what name. So that's my first hearing of a deceased sticker. Have you heard of that before? A code, okay, but I don't. Okay. Okay, so if you have some samples of the mail pieces that you're talking about, for us to be able to analyze to see what's going on with those return pieces, send them over to Darren and let us take a look at them. Because we can analyze it. Darren's got a whole team that can help him. He's not going to be doing it himself. But if it's coming back, then it could be the address, it could be, okay. Right. Yeah, without seeing it, I can't, I'm not doubting what you're saying, but without seeing it, I can't tell you. Yeah, we would have to analyze the mail piece itself. Okay? Yeah, all right. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. So yeah. What county are you in? Same. Okay, Darren. Let's you.
So my name is Darren. So everything that you guys are saying are anomalies. Okay, sometimes there's carrier issues, sometimes there are new carriers, sometimes there's sub-carriers, sometimes it doesn't even go out of the box. Maybe there's an issue within house. Those anomalies need to be brought to me because if it's sent back as vacant, deceased, not at this address, unknown, those are the type of endorsements that a carrier may put on there. When that yellow sticker gets put on there, that's because we coded something at the station. And then it goes back through CFS, which is Central Forwarding Services Systems, and then it comes back to you guys. Okay, so when you get those back, get with me, I'll get with the postmaster or the station manager, whoever's over the office, we'll communicate with the carrier, I'll communicate back with you guys what I found, and 9 times out of 10, when you resend that ballot, absentee ballot, election card, or et cetera, it gets delivered. But sometimes we just need to know that there's an anomaly that just happened, and it happens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Okay, coming that way. Yes, we are. We are. Our season, what group is that? The baby boomer? We do have turnover, yes, we do. We do. Yes, yes. And, you know, our workforce is changing as well. So, you know, I started 25 years ago, and, you know, I was terrified to be late for work, not to mention not showing up for work. And, you know, we're just faced with a generation that have different work ethics than we have. We also have 635,000 employees. And then we're also competing with companies who are able to pay more than we are. And so we lose, we do have turnover. So, okay, let me shift 1 second. Let me shift to this. I want them to feel some love over here. I think they, yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Thank you for telling me that. Now, what office was that? Columbia, Boone County, Darren. Okay, she has a relationship with her postmaster. And her postmaster admitted to her that because of the lack of staff, that they will stick a yellow sticker on the mail and return it. And I'm going to apologize up front if that's happening. Wow, okay. Okay. Please provide some feedback to me on Columbia, Darren. Thank you. Did I have any more before? Yes, sir. Are you Eric? I was paying attention. I was paying attention. Go ahead, troublemaker. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Yes. So yeah, it was a good question. Did you all hear Eric? Okay. So postmarking for us, considered incoming mail, that goes through an AFCS, through an 010 operation, which is our outgoing operation. Comes into the facility at the processing plant, goes through an AFCS for canceling, and it's canceled. If it's a metered piece of mail, it's going to bypass that canceller, and it'll go into a separate area, and it will bypass postmarking. Again, our postmarking is for revenue protection. We have several states that have laws, again, that postmarks are required, sometimes on canvassing, sometimes on registrations, different reasons. And we say we try to postmark every piece, but it's not going to happen. If a voter needs a postmark and walks up to the postmaster or the retail clerk and says to them, I'd like to get this hand canceled, I would say we can do that, but I have to take possession of the mail piece. I can't hand cancel it and give it back to you. I can hand cancel it and I can take possession of it, and you can get a postmark at any post office, even if you need it for 100. But I say if you have 100 pieces, then that's a postmaster relationship, you know, set a schedule. We can do that. We just need to know that you're bringing that type of volume so we can have the clerk available to do that. Oh, at which processing facilities are? I'm sorry. How many do you have?
Kansas City, Missouri, PNDC, St. Louis, PNDC, Columbia, PNDC, Springfield, Illinois, PNDC, Wichita, that's Kansas, sorry. So you have those four, Kansas City, St. Louis, Columbia, and Springfield.
So all the mail for Missouri are going to come through those facilities. They'll come through those facilities. Okay. Okay. Good question. No. Yes, ma'am. Not postmarked. Okay. So remember, in the 7 days leading up to the election, we do extraordinary measures, which does take the mail piece out of its normal operation. So if the voter mails the mail piece within 7 days, I'm the postmaster, and I know I've got to get a ballot from this county, 80 miles away to another county, I will isolate that ballot. If I knew when we took possession of it, I can postmark it. But if I didn't know when we took possession of the ballot, I can't postmark it. If the mail piece is coming in, we can only, just to protect the integrity of the mail piece, we cannot assume unless we know that customer A brought that to me to postmark it, I took custody of it, I can postmark it. But if it's just coming through the system, if it's going through a processing plant, it should get a postmark. I'm sorry? If it's not meter mail, right. Yes, yes, the postmark and the cancellation, yes. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Darren. Call Darren. She's receiving late mail. Years. Yeah. And there could be a number of circumstances. Like I just got an email right before we started this morning about some mail that was recovered in an alley in Philadelphia. And when mail is recovered and there are ballots involved in that mail recovery, for whatever reason, whether it was an employee that had misconduct or whether it was a theft on a carrier or a collection box, if there are ballots in the mail, we call the inspection service, they take custody of it. But you should not get any ballots or election mail that doesn't come with some type of reason that it's late. And if it's us that we found mail in a basement, because it happens, we're not perfect, we make mistakes, but I need to know that that's happening, because that could be something systemic. If it's happening so often in Missouri, then we need to take a look at that. We might have to send some inspectors in to do some sweeps. But thanks for letting us know. Yes. Yeah, it used to work like that. When we weren't handling billions of pieces of mail, it used to happen like that. I know. In the world of transparency, though, our network is set up in a way that it's leaner, right? So it's like I took a flight and someone said, "Why did you go all the way to Atlanta and you're going to New Jersey?" That's air traffic control, right? We have to, route that mail to certain locations. A lot of our mail pieces have the visibility tools, and people are tracking that mail. So yes, it seems easy to just take it down the street if it's going down the street, but doesn't happen that way. Yes. That could be a number of things happening there. Thank you for sharing. Okay, I know there was some, yes. Oh, yeah, Darren slide. Oh, there it is. Okay. Any questions? I know it's lunchtime. Yes, ma'am. St. Louis County. Okay, you know Darren. Okay.
With our local postmaster and downtown. And it seems that Tuesdays are just really slow mail days. And I feel like we go out of our way to try to get all the possible ballots that we can. We go to 2 local post offices. At 5 o'clock, we go downtown. And then sure enough, the next day, on Wednesday, when we can't accept ballots anymore, 200 ballots appear at 9 o'clock in the morning. So were they not at the post office the night before for us to pick up and they just didn't want to look for them? Or
It's hard to tell without seeing the ballot or the mail, honestly. There is a misperception about No Mail Tuesday. I think it was somewhere in Philadelphia, they still think that. We used to do load leveling back in the day. We're actually advancing mail on a marketing standpoint. We're advancing mail, so we don't do color codes. We process what we have in the system. You should get mail 6 days a week, I'm sorry. Tuesday's a lighter day. Well, volume is down. Mail volume is down. Yeah. But no, there's nothing that we do to not, no. I think you're doing everything right. Just get more mail on Wednesday. Yes, ma'am. That they register to vote through the U.S.? I think we have, when you change your address, it pops up an option. If you change your address, would you like this address to be your voter address? I think when I moved to D.C., I got that pop up. Oh, no, but ah, okay. Okay, I'll take that back to the tech group, engineering group. Thank you, Betty. I know y'all saying, get out of here. Thank you so much. Oh, taking it down. Oh, I thought y'all were clapping for us to leave. Okay. Okay. Email address, Darren.
USPS.gov. It's DARRIN .r.gadson at USPS.gov. So, yes, I can. DARRIN .r.gadson at USPS.gov. So that's Darren R. Gatson at USPS.gov. You're welcome.
Okay. All right. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll put it on.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. This was very informative. We appreciate you coming. We're going to take a lunch break now, and I know the agenda says to be back at 1, but we're going to push it to 1:15 so that you have plenty of time to eat. And lunch is going to be served back out in the patio area. It's a barbecue spread. So we'll see you back here at 1:15.
Everybody enjoyed their lunch, and everybody's bellies is nice and full. And we can definitely give a round of applause for the first half of all of our speakers. I think they did a great job. So it gives me pleasure to introduce the next set of speakers that'll begin the second half of today. They are from the elections group, the elections resources every election office can use. And it's the president and co-founder, Noah Praise, and also Annie Mendoza from the election as an election expert.
This one work? Who's in a food coma right now? Yeah. No jumping jacks or anything like that, and we'll actually try to get you a few of your minutes back. Look, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Noah Prates. For 20 years, I ran elections up in Chicago. Actually, I had Cubs tickets last night, or tonight, yep. But looking at the park, I wish I'd been here with you guys last night. Neither of our teams are doing anything this year, which is too bad. So I started with Jennifer Morrell, small elections consulting company 4 years ago. And we were out in the field working with state, local, federal agencies, looking at the challenges election officials face. Oftentimes we build products for them. The hard part is most people can't afford us. Most people can do it yourself if they're given a little boost. And so we just post most of the products that we make for clients and make them available to all of you all. So looking at the assessments we've done, today's opportunity is to sort of highlight some of those best practices we've seen around the country and tailored for different clients, and to let you know that if you want, for research purposes or whatever, they're available on our website for you to review. One of our enterprising young comms people built a little hype video, which I've not seen. So let's see how this goes. All right, pretty cheesy, but thanks for watching. So I'm here with Annie Mendoza, who comes from York, Pennsylvania. She's going to talk us through some communication stuff at the end. But Jennifer and I teamed up 4 years ago, both having run elections locally. Now we've got 15 former election officials. None from Missouri, so if anybody, decides to get out of the game after 24, give me a call. Absolutely nonpartisan, built to help support you all. So I'm going to highlight some of these guides, best practices that we've seen out there. Welcome your feedback as we go or afterwards. But one of the biggest challenges we see out there are people who come into the office for the first time. How many of you are new, run maybe 1 or 2 elections? Right. Okay. So when you came in, they gave you a key to the office, right? How many of them gave you a full standard operating procedure manual of how to run every position? Right. Nobody gets that. So many of our offices are run by muscle memory. Okay. Now some of you are in charge of offices. How many of you have staffs of over 5? Okay. So you have probably weekly sync meetings where you go through their lists and they report up to you on how things are going. Well, what we found, and what I certainly found in Chicago or Cook County, was that my staff would tell me what they were doing, but not what they weren't doing. Okay? So over the course of a bunch of years, I just made this giant list of like 250 tasks that needed to be done, organized them in a way like these are the polling place tasks and about when they needed to be done. These are the election workers. This is the ballot. This is payroll. So we built this for a couple clients, and it looks like a crazy spreadsheet, but that's really all it is. If you look on there, there's each of these fields have a drop down, and you say, I'm assigning this to Sally, and it's due next week. And you, as an organizational tool, can say, all right, this is my meeting 150 days before the election. Okay, these are my questions. These are the tasks that were due from my data team, from my polling place team. And it helps you drive the organization and not be driven by the organization. So similarly, you know, we've all had challenges over the last few years. How many people enjoyed running the pandemic election? Lots of changes, right? Different expectations for your voters. We worked with a state out west that completely upended the way they managed the elections. Decided we're going to send a ballot to everybody. We're going to switch to vote centers. That creates a lot of challenges down at the county level, especially the smaller and under-resourced, to communicate that with voters. And so as we worked with clients across the country, we realized, wow, you could build a communication plan 10 weeks before the election. Each week has got social media, potential radio snippets, press releases aligned to your goals for the week. You know, like, hey, mail ballot application opens up next week. Early voting opens up next week. Registration deadline. And we were able to build a communications plan, 10-week, full of graphics and everything for a variety of clients. Now, you can't give the same plan to every client because you got to insert the county name and put your own seal and comes from your own Facebook. But as a template or a baseline start to place, we just said, let's put this up for the entire elections community to use if they find it beneficial. Similarly, has anybody here had a ballot error over the last 2 years? Right, a candidate name or a district wrong? Never. It's the worst feeling in the world, isn't it? I was in charge of ballots, and every year there was an error. It sucks. And it happens to election officials all over the country. Particularly, you know, when there's turnover, we rely so much on muscle memory to get these things done. Sometimes our school districts, our parks don't even tell us they've got an election, or they don't send us the candidates, and then we're blamed for problems that are up and down the chain. And the press are like, you got one job, print the ballot and publish the results. So anyway, we built these standard operating procedures for clients and then recognized, you know, some of this stuff could be put up there. So this guide is a valuable place to start as you build, like, what am I going to do every time to get the ballots as close as I can to perfect? Similarly, and this comes back from 2020, most places, and certainly in Illinois, we were a low mail ballot place. That picked up steam, and then in 2020 it went crazy. But most people weren't used to processing a large volume of a mail. And so if you're getting a couple pieces a day, it's one thing to just look them up real quick, validate that it's a voter, get it ready for processing and counting. It's another thing if you're getting hundreds or thousands and you want to put them in batches and store them in storage lockers and keep a good chain of custody record. So we built a processes for places and then a generalized guide to help people think about how they might up their game in terms of chain of custody and mail ballot processing. Now, how many of you have some frustrated, angry voters? Probably everybody, right? Now this, you know, look, doesn't matter where that's coming from. I know that election officials are just trying to address it head on, retail democracy, convincing them with every bit of energy that you can. Unfortunately, in some places, it's manifested itself in sort of extreme behavior and sometimes threats and violence, and hopefully that's not happening here. But as we looked out across our client set, we found a series of sort of similar challenges, depending on the place, the state, small or large, but we built a whole series of election security resources. You know, a checklist for sort of running a secure headquarters, your courthouses, or if you're in a larger place, the counting facilities. We were hearing feedback that voters some would be frustrated, or even observers, and recognizing that our poll workers, even ourselves, aren't always equipped to thoughtfully interact in a way that can de-escalate a situation that might otherwise get hot. So some de-escalation resources. So we built a bunch of just quick checklists. Now, I know many of you have other resources you can rely upon. Many of you probably have worked with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. They can do walkthroughs and make recommendations on where you might want a camera, some other ways to beef up your physical security of your assets, but they're not going to talk to you a whole lot about how that interplays with election administration. You know, how you might want to have a little buffer zone for your observers to check in outside the room before they go in the room, rather than letting them all, potentially create an environment where there's too many people and you can't manage it. Some of those election-specific considerations are included in this set of checklists. So happy to, we built a de-escalation pocket guide. So it's just a little piece of paper that poll workers were given in one place, or staff, to sort of remind them when things are getting a little hot. Like, these behavioral tools and tactics are effective at de-escalating, keeping things a little calmer. Anyways, there's an entire series on safety, working with your law enforcement, local law enforcement partners to ensure that voters and observers have every opportunity to play their part in our democracy, but also that the show can go on for all of you. So another series that we've been working on is called Accelerating Excellence. Lots of challenges out there in elections that you guys are facing, but every challenge is being met somewhere by great and innovative practices. And we wanted to, when we stumbled across those, uplift them and see if they couldn't be accelerated into use around the country. So I'll just highlight a couple of those. All right. So the first one is we partnered up with a couple other organizations to support what's called the Committee for Safe and Secure Elections. At your next conference, they're going to come in here and give you like a full presentation. But the idea here is it's a cross-partisan group of law enforcement and election officials coming together to help build resources and tools so that you can build that local, hyper-local relationship with law enforcement. Because heretofore, they don't understand what we may be facing, and we certainly don't understand their operating environment and how many concerning calls they get. So it's a lot about relationship building. CSSC is presented in all these states. Can't wait to, that's not a political map. If it is, it's from like the 30s or something. Just the same colors. All those blue states are ones that we've been to. Red is on the immediate near-term schedule. But the resources we build include this kind of 5-step guide to building that quick relationship with law enforcement. And actually, Utah grabbed this guide. One of the clerks there grabbed all his other clerks from the state, a bunch of law enforcement, held a conference, did the little tabletop exercise and plan, and all the election officials report feeling much more confident. Does it make them more secure? I don't know. Do you want them to feel like they're secure, someone's got their back? absolutely. We also worked in these different states with law enforcement, recognizing like if you call them, your first responders or on election day, they don't know election law. There's this, there's 500 pages of election law out of 500,000 election code or legal treaties in the state of Missouri probably. And you get some patrol officer to come up because somebody called them because of electioneering or something, and they don't know what to do, what to reference, who's lead, who's not. And so in a bunch of states, what's been really effective in helping build that relationship is to build these little pocket guides. So they come like this, in that meeting right before the election, a lot of the patrol officers or leadership are given these pocket guides, a little walkthrough. These are the election laws. This is where we think you'd play primary. This is where we would play primary. And it's a great tool in building that relationship. So we also found a really innovative practice in the Bay Area. So there's a couple of huge media markets, right? And a lot of you share them. So the 20 counties right around here are probably all, putting notices in the same newspaper, but you may have slightly different hours. In the Bay Area, they were facing the same challenges. All of them were required by law to put out legal notices. So they're all spending money on legal notices that say exact same thing, only a different county's name. They're competing for airtime to put out their messaging around when voting is, just the mechanics of it, and they're competing with their colleagues. So these 11 counties got together and said, we're going to communicate in one voice. Then, instead of 11 people putting the same legal notice in the same newspaper on the same day, they pitched in and put in like a 4-page notice that had a lot more information. It was more graphically appealing. So this collaboration opportunity built tremendous community among these 11 officials, created some convergence in practice. They decided, well, we should probably all have the same hours if we're going to put out the same notice. But it created communities so that when any one of them had a problem, they all of a sudden had an amazing network of neighbors who could help them out, even if it didn't have to do with communications. So when we saw that, we said, wow, there's a lot of use cases for this, right? It could be shared media market. It could be around a particular type of equipment. It could be, any challenge that you see. So we built an implementation guide. So if you were interested in maybe communicating with the counties around you, there's a 12-page guide that walks you through exactly how to get there. Similar, highlighting how the state of North Carolina, like most states, they throw down regulations, but don't actually administer elections. And there's a tremendous tension there. Sometimes what they throw down isn't applicable, can't be easily used. So they built this, what's called hubs, help us be successful, to create a forum for election officials to advise and create the best products possible coming out of the Secretary's office. Again, we built an implementation workbook. It doesn't have to be the Secretary's office. There are states that follow a similar model out of their association. Okay, those states happen to have a good way of making money in the association. They offer certifications, they charge for that. But some associations play a much more detailed role in making sure that you guys get what you need. But that's because they've been funded for many years. You've done an amazing job just getting an executive director recently. A similar one we did on election security navigators. But the latest one, and what I think is the most exciting sort of use case, is creating professional education certifications at the state level. So in Illinois, we didn't have one. We'd come to conferences like this, maybe get a certificate, but it wasn't with an end in mind. It wasn't with the idea that across competencies, voter registration, voting machine security, et cetera, that we would all share a similar set of deep expertise. And we all come to this job from different places, and while we are where y'all are professionals, it's kind of in the apprenticeship model, right? There's not a shared across the board educational opportunity. And so we went out there and surfaced like, hey, a bunch of states are doing this, more and more are. Florida, after 2000, so we got some challenges to deal with. And so that's when they built theirs, right? And since then, their group, 67 counties, their supervisors, top to bottom, have run really good elections. They decided they needed to invest in their association leadership, break a little bit away from state dictates, create a little bit of power among their coalition of counties, and they provide great expertise. A lot of states even, legislatures are, not a lot, but a handful actually pay their election officials more once they're certified, or give a bonus once they're certified. And so there's gonna be a big policy study going on over the next couple of years to see if there's ways to incentivize participation. We built an implementation workbook for states and associations that want to walk through the process of building such a program, and actually workshopped it with one of your neighboring states who don't have one. And they're going to implement a program starting in September at their training, first 3 of 12 courses, to get a strong certification going. These things you hear across the country, tremendous community building, some convergence in practice. People drop that certification on the back of their name, increases their ability to communicate with their voters, as elected officials, many. That this is a profession, treated like a profession, taken very seriously. Well, one other thing, so you got the elections group, little old company, gracious to have some time here. We published some things, but so do dozens of other organizations. The AAC's got some good stuff, CISA's got some good stuff, a bunch of other groups, but nowhere is that all sort of collated into a single library where you can find out, how long does this take to read this document or watch this video? What am I going to learn out of it? How much does it cost? And so we've started the process around election security and elections operations of trying to curate the world of resources that are out there and available to all of you. So we're not hosting any of it. We're just being a place where if you want to know something about a certain subject, feel free to come here, do a little searching, and then it'll take you out. It'll take you to the AC, it'll take you to CISA, et cetera. Anyway, that's sort of the broad survey of some of the best practices that we've seen recently. We're going to talk to you a little bit about communications now. Annie has, experience, probably like many of you. Well, never mind. It's your story.
You can keep that. Yep. Yeah, thank you, Noah. So let's talk about communications resources. This was always a challenge in the office that I worked in Pennsylvania. We had about 310,000 registered voters and 7 people on staff. So everyone did a little bit of everything. I'm sure you all can relate to that. Because I managed poll workers, I became the unofficial communications liaison. However, despite no formal communications training, I had to develop templates and a communications plan on my own. While it was challenging, I was certainly able to muddle my way through it, developing templates and building a media outreach list. In fact, I actually used some of the elections group materials in order to make that happen. So taking a look at your communications plan, what do you currently have in your communications toolbox? Go ahead. Yep. So your communications toolbox should be a framework full of templates, communications plans, and communication tools to help your office tell its story. Yep. Oftentimes we have more tools in our toolbox than we originally thought, but we may have to adjust those tools depending on changing circumstances like new elections or emergencies. So let's take a look inside, looking at proactive versus reactive communications tools. What do you have? Proactive communications is anything that is in anticipation of future problems, needs, or changes. So this can look like regular newsletters, press releases, a frequently updated website, and media talking points. Reactive communication is acting in response to a situation rather than creating or controlling it. So this can also look like social media posts, press releases, guest columns, and media talking points. As you can see, there can be a lot of overlap with proactive and reactive communications. A lot of these tools are transferable. Having templates ready can help your office accomplish both proactive and reactive communications goals. So let's take a look at the resources that we have at the elections group. These are some of the resources that we've built for other jurisdictions, like Noah has mentioned. The resources were very successful, so we made them into templates for others to use, such as our branding guide, so making sure that your office's brand is streamlined and uniform across all media, ensuring your website, social media, and print materials are all in alignment. We have our de-escalation pocket guide that Noah went over for staff and poll workers, how to de-escalate a tense situation. Another example is our mail ballot processing signage and guide for observers for your processing facilities. So all of this information to prepare for 2024 can seem overwhelming, especially if you're building from the ground up. If you're not sure where to start, we have 3 simple tools that elections officials can and should be doing now. So 1, establish an engaging social media presence. 2, connect with local media and potential allies in the community. And 3, have an emergency communications plan. The ability to communicate with your community is key. Some people get their news from social media, others get it from the local news or radio. Being able to connect with both forms of media will allow you to meet your voters where they're at. Then, having an emergency communications plan is essential so that when, not if, when that emergency happens, you can respond quickly and effectively. Having that plan already laid out allows you to be able to solve that emergency while communicating to the public. Fortunately, these are all resources that you can use through our templates. Back to you. Yep, back to you, Noah.
Well, anyway, I mean, that's mostly the close of this. Happy to do some conversations. This slide is just an amalgamation of a variety of different things. And I only gave you a snippet of what we do for your colleagues around the country. I should make clear you can always call us and hire us to do anything you want. But, you know, I'm a lawyer. Copy and paste, find and replace is the only thing that mattered out of law school. There's no reason I ever found to try to start everything over. Just find what works, switch the name. So as you guys research your plans out there, you know, these can be a jumping off place as you think about what you want to build for yourself. But if you do need help on anything specific, give us a call. Questions? Oh, lunch coma. Well, what would be your favorite? You got 15 minutes back. You're back on schedule. That means snack and bar. Not delayed. All right. Well, we'll be around for a bit if you got any questions. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
So I'm here to introduce Jerry Kiske from Modern Litho and Eric Fay from St. Louis County, obviously. They're going to talk about the absentee ballot program. Okay.
Is this on? Check. Okay, great. Thanks. Oh, is that the clicker? Oh, man. Cool. All right. So I'm sure Jerry Kiske's at the bar. Oh, no, he's here. Okay, great. So I'm going to run through this really quick. Betty asked actually, I offered to Betty, I said, if you need us to fill some time, we can do that. So that's what I'm here for. So when I committed, of course, I procrastinated. So I made this PowerPoint back at the back table early this morning. So it's going to be great. I want to do one thing before I get started. There they are. So there are two friends of mine here from across the river that I wanted to introduce you to from the East St. Louis Board of Elections, Candace Mosby. Candace, stand up, and please. And Joe Lewis, Jr., who's the Assistant Director at the East St. Louis. Would you please all welcome them here today? Thanks for coming. Candace, she's the director over there in East St. Louis, and she invited me to their conference several years ago, and so we've stayed in contact since then, so I'm glad you could be here. So let's talk about our absentee ballot evolution, I called it, on this presentation in St. Louis County. And forgive me, Lori Fiegel, I'm going to butcher a lot of the things that you laid out. Okay. Yeah, so there's this, in college, I took a management class once, and again, Lori, forgive me. There's this principle of, in management, you're either fighting fires or trying to prevent fires. And so when I came in as director, I felt like our absentee ballot process, we were just constantly fighting fires. We were throwing people at problems constantly. We were always chasing it. And it was pretty painful. And so I thought, how can we make this better? And how can we go about planning and putting fire extinguishers where we knew fires would happen? And that's when I reached out to Jerry Kiske at then Mulligan Printing. We started talking about it. And eventually, toward the end of this presentation, how do we get to the point up there in the corner where we're thinking about the actual building code? How do we build the building? How do we plan a process to where maybe the building won't catch on fire so easily when we're doing stuff? So about mailing absentee ballots, it was probably our largest overtime expense. Every election was the mailing of ballots. We were doing it completely manually. We were sending out everything first-class postage, which the Postal Service loves, but it costs us a lot of money. We were making mistakes all the time. We would send wrong ballots to people all the time. There would be stacks and stacks of ballots in our warehouse, and we'd be stuffing them by hand, sending the wrong ballots out. We had these labels in triplicate. We'd be sticking all these labels on envelopes and return envelopes. We put the wrong return label on the envelope, and it'd come back to the wrong person. A lot of frustrated and exhausted employees. So especially in big elections, every evening after the office closed, everybody was sent back to the warehouse to start mailing out ballots. And, you know, that gets old pretty quick. So, again, we all sat down. We thought, how can we start making this process a little bit better? So that's what it was like, just sitting there inserting ballots. I talked to Mick and Jerry. Jerry, feel free. Your name's on this thing, so if you want to say anything. Jerry would much prefer to probably talk to you at the bar afterward if you want to talk to Jerry. But so we sat down with what is now Modern, and we said we explained our problem. We want to get out of the business of manually stuffing ballots in our office, because whenever you have all these humans touching the ballots, there are going to be mistakes, and it's going to be expensive because humans cost a lot of money. So we moved to, and this is not the machine that Modern uses, but it's somewhat like this. So every day at the end of the day, we send a file over to Modern from MCVR, and they print the ballots on demand, and they mechanically insert the ballots and the instruction sheet and everything else. And so we don't send any more wrong ballots to people. We're not touching the ballots all the time. Like this is what it felt like, all these hands touching the ballots, making mistakes. We also couldn't track the ballots. People would call the office all the time. Hey, I applied for a ballot. Where is it? I don't know. You know, we felt kind of silly. So, again, Modern helped us develop a process where using intelligent mail barcodes that they would spray onto the envelopes as they printed them, we could track the ballots outgoing and now incoming. It didn't happen overnight, but it's been a process. So you see here, that's the bottom of one of our absentee mail ballots. It's got a stub attached to it. So they print the return address of the voter on the stub. So it's attached to the ballot that goes to the voter. So we can't send the wrong ballot because the stub is attached to it. And the voter can use the website or the QR code on there to track and see where their ballot is. Do we have it back? Is it coming to them? So we get very few calls now from people saying, where is my ballot? Because they can check on it themselves. And so that's saves so much in the way of just our staff time, which again costs money. So this is always a process. It's never done. It's never perfected. We work with Mick and Jerry at Modern all the time to refine this process. And it saved us tens of thousands of dollars every election in just overtime and temp costs. We don't use nearly as many temporary workers for this process, at least. 50% reduction in postage because we used, and we can all, as election authorities, we can all get the nonprofit rate on postage. And since Modern is a mail house, they can pre-sort the ballots in carrier route order. And so that, combined with the nonprofit rate, it's a drastic reduction in postage. Again, the calls, and again, 0 errors. Since we started this process in 2018, I don't know that we've received any calls from any voters saying, I got the wrong ballot. And man, I just can't emphasize enough. Your heart would just sink. You'd feel 2 inches tall when you get a call from, you know, the wife of a congressman saying, you know, my son got the wrong ballot. Oh, really? You know, because you're always suspicious initially because a lot of folks don't know what they're actually supposed to be voting on. And I remember talking to one congressman who will remain nameless, his wife, and she said, yeah, my son got the wrong ballot. And I said, well, you know, I don't know. Oh, yeah, he lives at our house, and my husband is running for Congress, so I know it's the wrong ballot. So, okay, I guess you're right. So I wanted to get out of that business of having to apologize all the time that we sent the wrong ballot. All right, so that brings us, so that's thing one. Jerry, anything you want to say? Bueller? No, okay, all right. So that was in 2018. We first started kind of outsourcing the mailing of the absentee ballots. Then 2020 rolls around and COVID, and the absentee ballot applications start rolling in once COVID starts like crazy. And you know, you could either freak out. We can employ the fire method where we, you know, send the fire brigade after the problem, or we can sit down and think about how we can improve this process. And just to illustrate this point a little bit more, each one of those graphs is the November general election from 2006 through 2018. And you can see in St. Louis County, it was normally between 8 and 12% of the voters were absentee voters. So very few. Starting in June of 2020, you know, the rescheduled April election, 45% of the ballots were absentee. August, over 30%, and again in November, over 40%. So you see there, the bottom line is November 2016, the blue line. The top line is November 2020. And these are the number of ballots we sent out. So you can see on almost the first couple days of the absentee period, November 2020, we sent out almost 100,000 ballots, like, you know, before the process even got started. If we were doing that manually, that would have been impossible. These are the number of ballots that we got back. So over 150,000 mailed absentee ballots we received back. So we quickly realized using our normal process to deal with all these inbound absentee ballots was not going to work. So luckily we have somebody in our office, Lori Fiegel, who's here, who deserves quite a bit of credit for this. Lori worked for a long time in our county planning department, and rather than just coast into retirement, Lori has become a convert to the Board of Elections and election procedures. And we sat down, and Lori taught us how to think strategically about improving this process, because ballots were coming in from everywhere. The post office, people were dropping them off. We had satellite locations where people were dropping off ballots. All the nursing homes, ballots were coming back from. How are we going to keep all this secure? This is what it looks like. All these trays of ballots coming back. So we knew we needed to focus on bipartisan handling of ballots. We didn't want just single people walking around with ballots anywhere. The security of the ballots, of the ballot bags, throughout our process internally, because it doesn't all happen in one little space. The ballots have to move between areas of our office. So how are we going to track the ballots as they moved around? Standardize the forms and consistent training of the people who are doing this, because it involves a lot of temps. And you know, when you have temps in the office, you know, all bets are off sometimes. So you have to have consistent training and communication. So we sat down. Lori knows all these fancy ways to do strategic planning and thinking. And there's this one called swim lane analysis, which you see there. She's the queen of sticky notes and all this board. So here's a couple pictures of our planning session. We got all the employees who are involved in this process in the same room to talk about how does this process actually work. And it can be pretty eye-opening when you have all your employees in a room, and because, you know, you might think, oh, getting the ballots from the post office, no big deal. But then the guy in the office who actually goes and gets those ballots from the post office, he's like, oh no, I got to do this, and then they go here, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. We might need to think a little bit more about this. So that's what it entailed. And it was, again, an eye-opening process. And anybody can use this procedure or any procedure like it. It doesn't have to be this fancy with color-coded sticky notes and everything. It's just a matter of getting your folks together and everybody understanding what's going on and being on the same page. So Matt, this is actually a video. Do you think it will play if I click it? All right, so this is kind of an illustration of our process that we came up with. All the ballots come in. We put all the ballots in batches of 100. We scan them into MCVR. We do the signature verification on them, and then we batch them up. And then we put a currency bag that has a barcode on it. We scan all those barcodes. And then we take the longest trip down the hallway ever. So that's our ballot room in our office where all the absentee ballots come in. They go out to our warehouse. And you'll see, hopefully, shortly, that once they get out there, then we scan all of the ballot bags with each batch to keep track, a chain of custody throughout the whole process. So at any point in the process, we know where, you know, batch 1, 2, 3, is it in the ballot room? Is it in the warehouse? Has it been scanned in? Whatever the case may be. So as each bipartisan team opens the batch of ballots, once they're finished with that, they put it in a currency bag, they seal it up. They've got the control sheet in there, bipartisan signatures on the control sheet. Then that goes to our tabulation room where they will open that batch and scan it in. So soon you're going to see the most high-tech portion of the process where Bo takes a pair of scissors and cuts the bags open after he scans them all in. Here it comes, watch this, here it is. So not everything you do has to be high tech all the time. And then this just shows you within our internal database how we keep track of all the batches and where any of our management staff can log in and see how many batches have been processed. It gives us visibility at a managerial level to know, you know, we're not keeping up. We need to, you know, put more teams on scanning or batching or whatever the case may be. You see there, that's in our tabulation room where the absentee ballots get scanned in those same batches. And after they're scanned in, the control sheet goes back in the batch. And we put a seal over the bag, and we'll store that away. And we never get those ballots back out after that. So that's what's great. So it's also worth noting, when we do the hand counts after the election during the certification process, Since all those ballots are scanned in, we have the images of them. So we, at least for the absentee ballots, we do the hand count on the absentee ballots just using the images that have been scanned in. Because we don't do any pre-sortation on the absentee ballots to put them in precinct or polling place order or anything like that. So that also has saved a great amount of time. So throughout this whole, and you see there, that's our ballot room where there's a Republican card reader and a Democratic card reader, and you got to have 2 people to get in there at any time. Nobody can be alone in there with ballots, and we're pretty stringent on that. So it was big stuff like that whole scanning process, but it was also a lot of little stuff, and again, as Lori will tell you, documenting the whole thing, which I'm not great about, but she is insistent on. So you can, like Noah just mentioned, you can have these procedures in place to replicate them. And one other little thing I'll mention, you see that picture in the middle of the mail trays, and you see the batches of envelopes that have zip ties through them. This was, again, like a very low-tech innovation, and it was just something we picked up from the case method, right? Copy and steal everything. It was something we learned from some other people across the country. So after we open a batch of ballots, we have the opening team put a zip tie. We have a hole punched in all the envelopes, and we put a zip tie through that batch of ballots. That way, we make sure all the ballots are out of the envelopes, because prior to doing that, it may sound simple, but we'd go to reconcile, and we'd always be off by a few. Well, we'd go back through the envelopes, and sure enough, you know, we'd had missed a few. So all that kind of stuff. And that's pretty much it. Hopefully I stayed on time. Awesome. So questions? Way in the back, somebody. Steve. Yeah, so Steve's question was about signature verification. So as the absentee ballot envelopes come back, as we batch them into MCVR, we scan them in batches, and then we'll go through that batch. You know, in MCVR, when you're going through that batch verification process, you can look at the MCVR signatures on file for the voter, and we make sure that matches with what they signed on the envelope, basically. Yep. We just throw it away. No. Yeah. No, as you can imagine, you know, the vast majority, especially now, post-COVID, the vast majority of absentee voters are older, disabled folks, and sometimes the signatures won't match. And so we send, we'll send letters or call the people and say, this didn't match. Could you provide us with another signature? That works in almost every case. And it's also a good thing to know. It helps knowing what's interesting is, and we really haven't had this, but I've talked to a few colleagues across the country. If a signature doesn't match, you reach out to the person and you say, hey, the signature didn't match here. And they say, well, that's interesting. I didn't even request an absentee ballot, you know. So it's also a good fraud prevention measure to have in place, because, you know, we all like to know if people are trying to cheat. Yes, sir. His question was about, there's apparently a Missouri law that says you can't contact voters about absentee ballots. So we had our attorney write an opinion on that, and in his opinion, we can do that. So we do. Yep. We follow the same statutes, so that, yeah. It's our opinion that the statute doesn't prevent any of us from doing that if we want. But we don't have to get into that. We can, Secretary of State's gone, right? He's gone. Yeah. But again, this was, I mean, maybe on a little larger scale, but you can implement improvements like this using these kind of processes on any scale for any type of project. We're working on a project in our warehouse right now of just standardizing the forms and the checklists we use of what we pack in the cases that go to all the polling places, because I'll admit we've had a couple of instances where we sent, wrong posters or whatever to polling places, and we're trying to improve that process as well. All right, what's next? Break. Jerry Kiske has got a tab at the bar going, maybe, if you want to go out there. I don't know. Anita Mannion. Is Anita here? Okay. Prizes, all right. Woo!
Thank you so much. That was awesome. You're gonna do that? We'll come up here. We're gonna grab some. All right. Oh, we're gonna try to unload a few of these. All right. You ready? Okay. Doo-doo-doo. So you got that bowl? Forgot. Where's the bowl? Forgot to grab the bowl. Okay. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. 792699. Yeah, all right. All right, next. Whoop. 792746. Yay! Yes, that's correct. We got more. We got lots more. 792735. 735, last three numbers. Bueller. All right. Okay, well, moving right along. Whoops. 792821. 821. Oh. Is that her? Oh, no. She's just getting up to go to the... And then I announce where she's going.
Are you going to the bathroom? Did you leave your ticket here?
All right. Okay. 792839. A lot of people skipping out on us. What's going on here? 792839. Oh my gosh. I'm getting a little worried here. 792682. All right. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, I got two up here. Okay. 792876. 876. Sticking them in my back pocket so I know not to throw them back in there. All right, let's try these last three numbers. 781. Woo. I cough all over the microphone. All right, here we go. Oops. Uh-oh. Runaway ticket. Here, just put one of these in there. 829. 829.
Back in the pocket? Yep. Or there were some that didn't show and they were probably in their lanyard. 723. Hi. Would you ask Gary if he heard from her? All right, we're gonna do, let's do some wine. That's my go-to. Seven, 2, 4. One more. 7, 4, 5. No? I guess. Okay, that next speaker isn't here yet, so. All right, well, let's do another bottle of wine. If she ain't here soon, we'll just open the wine and pass the bottle around the room. Okay, so 814. All right, there we go. Winner over here. So, you want to get, okay. We got a lot of prizes. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. An Amazon gift card. Okay. 689. Yeah. Shake up the bowl. Shake up the bowl. And 875. All right, there we go. Well, I guess if anybody needs to use the restroom or get a drink or something, and as soon as the next, it's a party. Yeah. Oh, I believe she may be here. Okay, sit tight for just a few seconds while she gets a presentation set up, and we'll be right up.
Good afternoon again. So this morning you got good morning, good morning. Since we're in the afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. There is no one for the evening, but that's a nice way to get folks to settle down a little bit. I have the privilege of introducing to you Dr. Anita Mannion, who is at University of Missouri, St. Louis. She is an assistant professor in political science, teaching courses in American politics, public policy, leader, and gender in politics. Her research focuses on election, administration, and education policy. She has served, and maybe still does, as a political advisor to one of our local stations, KSDK, as well as has provided insight for other local media. She's the recipient of several awards, including the Chancellor's Award for Excellence in Teaching, the Women Trailblazer Award, and the Excellence in Civic Engagement Award. And perhaps the best award, it's not really an award, the best feature for us, Dr. Mannion has been, I told you earlier, turn off your phone. I should have turned off mine. Dr. Mannion has been a good friend to the St. Louis City and St. Louis County election boards in promoting poll worker engagement, not necessarily limited to the UMSL students, but she's always been very gracious about lending her time and her energy and giving us opportunity to speak to students to encourage them to be poll workers. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Mannion. I'll get out of your way.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to come down here instead of standing up there. For one thing, I can move a little more. For another, I can actually see my slides, so that'll be helpful. Thanks to Gary for that gracious introduction. My colleagues and I have been very fortunate to work closely with both the St. Louis City and St. Louis County Board of Elections. As you know, they both run wonderful operations. And today I'm going to present research in several areas that my colleagues and I are doing. My colleagues are David Kimball at the University of Missouri St. Louis and also Lisa Bryant at California State University Fresno. And so I'm going to present a couple different projects, but hopefully you find them all relevant. So we've got kind of a wide-ranging topics here today. So the first thing I'm going to do is, as you probably know, St. Louis County implemented what they call Vote Anywhere, which we might know more commonly as vote centers. And so we've done some research looking at that. We actually have a paper forthcoming in Election Law Journal, so if you're really bored, keep your eyes open for that. But looking at their implementation and what some of the results were. I'm also going to talk a little bit about St. Louis City and County. We did a survey of poll workers in both of those jurisdictions, so kind of shedding some light on what poll worker perspectives are in this really crazy election time. And then last, I have a few slides that I just thought you might be interested in from a paper I worked on with Paul Gronke at Reed College, looking at local election officials' perceptions of things like fraud and election reforms, and then looking at the mass public's perception of those at the same time and how those might be similar or dissimilar. So a lot of different things I'm going to try to cover today. I will try to do it fairly quickly and leave you plenty of time for Q&A. So for these projects, we took a multi-pronged approach to our data. We did interviews. Rick and Eric were very generous with their time and brought their staffs in. So we've done interviews. We also surveyed poll workers pre-2022 election. We also surveyed them post-2022, but we haven't got those results back yet from the colleagues we worked with. So these will be pre-2022 election survey results I show you. And then after the 2022 election, we surveyed registered voters in St. Louis County, so I'll show some of those results as well. And then we also looked at, for the vote center model, the polling place location data, so we'll show you how those shifted. We looked at voter files to look at turnout, and we also looked at Eves data to look at rejected and provisional ballots. Like I told you, a lot. Okay. So for those of you who may not be as familiar with St. Louis County as those of us who live here, it has about 1 million in population. That's St. Louis County there. The little heart is where I live. And they implemented vote centers in 2020. I'm sure all of you were feeling these similar pressures of polling locations dropping out at the last minute, poll workers dropping out at the last minute. And so one way that they responded was to make the shift to vote centers. They had recently bought equipment that allowed them to make this shift. And it wasn't very publicized as it was sort of rolled out in the summer elections, right? And then it was for the fall general election. And one other interesting aspect of this, when I talked about my colleague in California, we were looking at how Fresno, California implemented it versus St. Louis County. So they have the Voters' Choice Act. They have very strict ways that they have to cite polling places, get the word out to voters, all of these things. Meanwhile, here in Missouri, we don't have any rules around this so far as we know at this point. And so St. Louis County really did this on their own through their own innovation and very qualified staff. And so we'll look at how they did that. So this kind of shows you for the previous midterm election in 2018 before vote centers, and then the 2022 midterm election with vote centers, how that shift looked. So election day polling places, St. Louis County went from 411 to 239 polling places. Cut the poll workers from about 3,400 to just over 2,700. And then that shows you the voter turnout data. So how many folks turned out in each of those elections? We know 2018 was a historically high turnout midterm election. The percent of the voting age population and the percent of registered voters that turned out. And then what was the absentee and vote by mail? So in 2022, we had a much higher percentage of absentee and vote by mail with the laws changing in Missouri. So this is just a little bit of what other researchers have found about vote centers, if this is something that you might be thinking about. There are studies that have found that vote centers increase turnout, and particularly for infrequent voters. So maybe they weren't going to drive somewhere, but for me, now I live in St. Louis County, I can vote at any polling place in the county. We just got a polling place on campus, which means I got to vote on campus, which is really nice. You can vote at your place of business or by where you shop or by where you work or live instead of your one designated place. And so that has been shown to help infrequent voters turn out. Also, research in California has associated vote centers with a modest increase in voter turnout. Others has found, different effects, either no effects or modest. So overall, we'd say that vote center research seems to show some modest increases in voter turnout. And then if we look at other aspects of what the research shows about vote centers, it has shown that you could have shorter voting lines and more positive perceptions of the voting experience. Some find the high levels of voter satisfaction with vote centers. But in Harris County, Texas, they did say that they had longer lines and less helpful poll workers. So it's sort of mixed, but what we find is how the jurisdiction implements vote centers really makes a difference on how successful they are. How do you get the word out? Are voters aware that they can vote anywhere? Do they know what the process is? How do you implement this? Are your poll workers trained appropriately? So it can vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction based on how you implement it. So one aspect we looked at in our forthcoming paper was looking at absentee ballots that were rejected. So the bottom line, the horizontal line, is rejected in 2016 and then 2020. So you can see in 2020 where St. Louis County is. Definitely an outlier in really bringing down that number of rejected absentee ballots. Here's a little more specifically what we found. That while rejected absentee ballots were higher in 2020 than in 2016, in Missouri overall, in St. Louis County, they declined by more than 50%. So with their implementation of vote centers, and they did a lot of other things, messaging, helping cure ballots, other things, but they brought that rejected ballot number way down. Our regression showed that St. Louis County rejected ballots, we would have expected 1,100 more rejected ballots than they had in 2020. So they really outperformed expectations on that measure. Then we looked at provisional ballots. Well, we know that the second most common reason in Missouri for rejecting provisional ballots is you're at the wrong place. And so vote centers eliminated that. And so St. Louis County also really outperformed on provisional ballots. So They also had cost savings, some other stuff. Those folks are in the room today, so in Q&A, I can help answer, or I'm sure Rick and Eric and their teams will help answer. We also, post-2022 November election, deployed a survey of registered voters in St. Louis County. And so we found that over 60% of the respondents knew that they could vote at any location. When we looked at Fresno, California, we actually thought they would be more aware because they had all these rules about messaging, radio ads, everything. But voters in St. Louis County were actually more aware of vote centers than the ones in California. 90% said that it was easy to find their voting location, even though, as I'll show you in a map in a minute, those shifted. 96% of respondents said their voting experience was good or excellent. 77% preferred letting voters go to any polling place. We asked them, do you prefer that model? And the vast majority preferred the vote center model. And overall, we think that our survey of registered voters showed that they were happy with the vote anywhere approach. Okay, this is really tiny to read. But what we did here is look at some different questions from the survey, and overall, we compared them. So that's the mean. You can see that St. Louis County outperformed Fresno County on basically every measure. Voters were more aware, they had more trust in their elections, all of these different things. So I just want to give a little shout out to Missouri for beating California on this measure. Okay. And then this is a map. We went in and geocoded all of the polling places from 2018 and then from 2022. So you can see that the red circles are polling places in 2022 and the clear circles are the previous ones. So overall, about 14% of precincts lost a voting location in the shift to vote centers. And we'll talk in the next slide a little bit about what that means. I will say, in St. Louis County, one of the reasons we suspect that voters could find their location better is because a lot of the polling places were kept, the public ones. So where California's vote center model is more based on having fewer really large polling places, here in St. Louis County, we kept a lot of the previous polling places, collapsed them, and so people were still often voting in places they were familiar with. So this is another finding. So we just looked by the county council districts and how many polling places they had in 2018 and how many in 2022. So a pretty consistent shift there where it didn't matter which county district you were in, your population and number of vote centers is going to be pretty consistent throughout those districts. And then we ran some regression analysis to see what factors help decide people's experience with vote centers. We looked at residency, and the length that someone lived in their residence is a significant factor on their experience. So the longer they've lived, the less difficulty they have finding that polling location, and they report shorter wait times. They're also less likely to say that fraud is common. So people who've lived in the same community for a long time feel more comfortable with the voting process, they feel more positive about it, they're more confident in their vote counts, and it has a positive effect on thinking both their votes and those votes in the county are being counted appropriately. Then we looked at partisanship and race as part of this shift. So partisanship does not appear to have an effect on whether or not you can find your polling location in the shift to vote centers. That's both in Fresno and St. Louis County. And it also doesn't seem to affect how long people say they wait to vote. But it does have an effect on voter confidence and perceptions of voter fraud, with Republican voters being less confident and more likely to think that there's voter fraud. We also found that Black respondents have significantly lower confidence that their votes, their personal votes, and the votes in their county are being counted correctly. So when we think about messaging and who we're reaching out to increase confidence, we obviously know there's partisan differences in perception at this time, but there's also differences based on race, socioeconomic status, residency, that we need to think about when we're trying to bolster confidence in the election process. Okay, so then when we looked at St. Louis County voter turnout with the shift to vote centers, we found that losing polling places from your precinct is associated with a slightly lower turnout in the 2022 election. So like usually a 1 to 2 point turnout. We also found that the expected probability of voting is 2% percentage points lower for registered voters that lost voting locations. Having a vote center in your precinct is associated with higher turnout. So the siting of these matters. If you're looking at, and I'll show you in the next slide, low propensity voters, those are voters you want to think about when you're citing these locations. Those effects are modest, and we also looked at high versus low propensity voters. So we went back the last 5 general and primary elections and saw people who are most likely to vote and least likely to vote, and how did this shift affect them. The effects are modest on both, but they are statistically significant and more significant, more impactful for low propensity voters. So when we're thinking about where these vote centers or just polling places should be located, thinking about low propensity voters is another factor. Okay, so that is most of the vote center stuff. We can loop back to that in Q&A. But now I'm going to shift. I told you I've got like 3 different papers I'm presenting here, right? This one is the pre-election poll worker survey. So this went out in the field prior to the 2022 general election. We asked them to reflect on their experiences on 2020 and being poll workers since then. And this one, we surveyed St. Louis City and County. So I'll show you the results from both jurisdictions. So here is St. Louis City. And this question we asked, how did you learn about becoming a poll worker? We asked a lot of questions. I tried to pull out ones that I thought might be of interest to you. But if anyone wants to dig into the data more or is interested, please let me know. I'm happy to share more stuff with you. So this is St. Louis City. And the #1 way people said was, I saw news stories about the need for poll workers. I thought that was interesting. You can see the others, but also if we look at St. Louis County, also a big factor. So I was on a Zoom yesterday for a grant funder that was doing stuff with elections, and some of the academics said, why won't local election officials speak to me? And some of the local election officials on the Zoom said, why are you guys always up in our business, right? And so, we have to be careful because whatever we say can be misconstrued, whether it's in an academic report, in the media. But this to me was a little bit of an indicator that, used the right way, working with your local news outlets can be effective to help recruit poll workers. St. Louis City, of these reasons, what was the most important in becoming a poll worker? And we see that civic duty, so you can see a percent and account. Civic duty, no surprise. And then here we see commitment to voting rights second and election integrity third. But very little people said, like, it's my political party or things like that. And here's St. Louis County, again, civic duty #1. Here, voting rights and election integrity flip-flop, but very similar results. Here, what problems did you experience during the day as you're working? And so St. Louis City, overwhelmingly, they said long lines was the biggest problem. Other things like difficulty with voting machines and equipment. And here in St. Louis County, also long lines, waiting seemed to be the biggest concern. In St. Louis County, so we asked, how likely are you, because this was pre-midterm election, how likely are you to work the midterm election? And so 78% said they were either likely or very likely to work the midterm election. So that's good news. But if you weren't going to work, we asked why. And these were what the most likely answers are. And then here for the county, very similar, 78% said they were likely or very likely. And being too busy, again, was the #1 answer. Here, I just tried to kind of consolidate a number of questions. These were a scale from strongly disagree, disagree, agree, strongly agree. So I kind of compiled the disagree and agrees. And then there was don't know. So if you see missing numbers, I didn't make a column for don't know because I wanted to make this a little cleaner. But becoming a poll worker has become more difficult. Most people disagreed with that, so hopefully that's good news. Candidates and political parties unfairly blame poll workers for losing elections. Split on that. People are feeling that pressure. Voters are courteous and kind. Overwhelmingly, poll workers agree, so that's good news in both jurisdictions. Voters are appreciative of their work. Poll workers seem to think the voters appreciate what they're doing. That's also good news. Do you feel safe and secure working as a poll worker? Again, the overwhelming majority say yes. Are you paid fairly? Same percentage, 73% say, yes, they're paid fairly in both these jurisdictions. The state has enacted laws that make it more difficult to do my job. In St. Louis City, folks seem to think this was a problem. We know that there were changes right before the 2022 election in Missouri, so this could have even been just people anticipating what was going to happen. The folks who trained me were knowledgeable, they answered questions thoroughly, almost unanimous agreement on that. And my training was in-depth enough that I could handle whatever came up as a poll worker. I felt confident. And again, overwhelmingly, people agreed with that. Here, this is when we asked, so we only asked St. Louis County voters this and Fresno, so the orange in St. Louis, the blue's Fresno. Do you prefer letting voters go to any polling place? We asked poll workers, what do you think? Almost all of them said, yes, we like this vote center model. We don't have to worry about telling people they're at the same location, doing provisional ballots, doing all that. So they actually strongly prefer that model. So I'm going to summarize this, and I'm going to show you a few slides of the LEO mass public opinion. But overall, when we look at the vote center model and some of the evidence we have, it indicates to us that both voters and poll workers seem to prefer this model based on their experience so far. We also see that there can be reductions in provisional and absentee rejected ballots. There's a potential cost saving, which St. Louis County experienced. But when you're making these changes, it matters that your staff is ready, that your folks who are training the poll workers are ready, that the poll workers are trained appropriately. There's all kinds of logistics to consider, which I'm sure Eric and Rick and their staffs would talk to you about. But what our research is showing us that it does matter where we site these locations, taking into some considerations like public transportation, like low voter propensity, like race, when we think about citing them, and that there is less of an impact for high propensity voters. People like me, we're gonna go vote every election, no matter what, right? But it's the lower propensity voters that we need to be considering. So here, these are just some slides from a different presentation that I thought I would share very quickly. We did a survey, if you're familiar with Paul Gronke at Reed, he surveys local election officials every year, so if you get his surveys, please answer them. And we did a survey asking the same questions of the mass public, a representative survey. And then we compared. How do local election officials, and in this paper, you know, we tout you all as the experts. You're the elites in this field. And then mass public, how do those perceptions match up? And so this is what we found. That when we say, are you confident in the vote count? At the state level and national level, at both, local election officials are much more confident in the vote count than the mass public. Here, when we look at voting values, so, you know, are you more concerned about that all voters cast ballots on election day, or, you know, is it the local election official's job to make sure everyone's registered? So we see some similar but differing opinions on these. With the flip there, the only area where the public is more out front than the local election officials, that last one, where individuals should take responsibility for being registered to vote. And we look at election reforms, certainly the local election officials prefer having the ID to vote and also prefer conducting all elections by mail. But all of the other reforms are more supported by the public than by local election officials. Not surprisingly, these could cause you some work, right? Some chaos. And then when we ask about the frequency of voter fraud, in every case, local election officials are much less likely to think that fraud is very common or occurs occasionally than the mass public. And here, I think this is my last slide, but we went ahead and broke those down by jurisdiction size. Paul's actually presenting a paper this week where he broke it down by party, but I try not to get into partisan stuff when it comes to LEOs. But here we can look at jurisdiction size. And there are differences in perceptions of voter fraud. So as you go down the line, the larger the jurisdiction size, it seems the less likely that election officials are to believe that there's frequent voter fraud. So all kinds of nuances in the work that you all do and the ways we're trying to understand it. But I'm gonna stop talking for now. These are my colleagues and I, and I'm happy to share my email address, Gary and Eric and Ben and everyone else has it, and to take some questions or to hear your thoughts on this. So we used Diana and got their list of registered voters and email addresses. So they sent out some, and we sent out some of our own through Qualtrics. We did a couple rounds, and in St. Louis County, we got a pretty high response rate.
And then did you do any cross-tabulation analysis? So we were just commenting about, I heard about this through a news story. Is that, did you look at age, race?
Yeah, so we didn't break it down like that for the paper, but there were certain sections we did look at, and we can certainly run those if there's anything in particular you're interested in. Yeah. And certainly there's variations, particularly based on age, where people get information. So yeah, that's a good idea. Yes?
Did you find that voter distrust changes by who's in the White House based on party affiliation?
So this survey only encapsulated, snapshot in time. So we went to fall 2022. But certainly there's lots of data out there to show that. There's sort of like a loser's bias, right? If your person loses, you're less likely to believe in the election results. But that has sort of been turned on its head or exacerbated in the last couple of years in ways that are different than the typical difference. What my colleague who's presenting the updated LEO survey this weekend, which I didn't seal his breath, but he actually showed that people's confidence in 2022 seems to be a little better than it was in 2020, which 2020 was a very charged presidential election with lots of allegations out there, a global pandemic. So that actually kind of gave me a glimmer of hope that maybe things are taking a step back. We'll see. I know. Yes.
As you know, in St. Louis, you have a new voting system. We have like 4 or 5 people running for the same office. And have you taken any surveys about that, how people feel about that?
No, that's a good question. We made some informational videos to try to help people understand that out on social media. But actually, I want to do, because Fargo also has approval voting, so that is a project that I really want to look at. We haven't had it very long in St. Louis yet, but I'm very interested in that. So St. Louis City, not the county, has approval voting now. So that's a good question. Yeah.
You know, we just had our municipal elections, and like voter turnout maybe 18%. How can you get it higher?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure. So he was asking, we just had municipal elections in St. Louis City. Voter turnout was predictably about 18%. And there were some very highly competitive elections. Wards were collapsed. It was Wardageddon, right? And so still 18% voter turnout. So the question is, how do we increase that? You know, there is research on same-day voter registration, some other convenience measures that can incrementally improve things. We do have now early, no excuse absentee voting for the first time, but that didn't seem to change anything, did it? Our vote by mail isn't exactly easy to use in Missouri. That could be another possibility. I think, though, when I talk to students and other low propensity voters, just knowledge of that there's even an election, I think is a huge one. I encourage them to sign up on like vote.org or TurboVote, those things that text them and remind them like, hey, there's an election coming up. Click this to see if you're registered. Because I think everyone in this room is hyper aware of elections, right? I'm always texting and reaching out to my group, you know, my network and posting on social media, but people outside of this room, this isn't what they live and die by, right? Even though particularly local municipal elections affect their everyday lives. So I think just getting the word out is huge, that an election is coming up. Then how do you know where to vote? How are you registered to vote? I think that low propensity voters are also low information voters. Yes. Yes. That's all I have. If there's no more questions or comments. All right, thank you.
Now we have some of the vendors that are going to come up here and raffle off the items that they had brought for a giveaway. You guys want to come on up? Hi. Go ahead and state your name and where you're from.
Jim McCartney from Atkins. We're giving away this card for a Blackstone, and you can actually have the real Blackstone as well if you want it. And there is 2 bottles of propane.
Hold the mic.
Hope I don't make anybody mad.
Brian Sullivan, St. Louis City. Okay, that's awkward. Next, we have David.
Good afternoon. I'm David Allen with Modus Election Software. So this is always a great conference to participate in, and it's fun to see a lot of our existing users here and meet new faces as well, too. And what we're raffling off is a $50 gift card to Amazon. And if you would be so kind to do the drawing.
Brian Sullivan, St. Louis City. But I accidentally pulled out 2, so I'm reading this one. Sorry, Brian, I have to make you lose. All right. Lauren L. Kennel, Callaway County. Can you believe that happened?
No.
I can't.
And you did it, not me.
I know. All right.
Hi, Jason Barnett with Easy Vote Solutions, and I have Greg Witten with me. Vanna White here. We don't trust you. You picked Brian twice, so Vanna's going to pick. Go ahead, Greg. $50 gift card. No, here we go. And the name is, I don't have my glasses, Greg.
Kathy Lamberts.
Kathy Lamberts from Cass County.
Hey. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Ready, Dwayne? All right, here you go.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Broxton from Hart Intercivic, and we already did our drawing about an hour ago because we thought this was going to take place tomorrow. So, and that's okay. The winner was Stan Whitehurst from Webster County. So now I got to bring you the television.
Thank you so much. We'll say thank you to all the vendors for supporting us and their generosity and sponsoring us during this conference. As you all know, without them, this would not be possible. So thank you all. Before we go to break, I just had an announcement that Angie Curley would like the scholarship committee to please meet over here in the right corner just for a few minutes to discuss something that they need to discuss. So I think there's a snack out there at one of the vendor tables, and we'll see you all back here at, what time? 3:30. Thank you.
Your seats. We'll begin the last two sessions of the program today. Everything you wanted to know about how to read legislation and statutes. Good luck with that. But we have an expert here who can help us, Brianna Lennon, who is the clerk of Boone County. She received her undergraduate degree from Truman State University, got a master's in public policy and her law degree from the University of Missouri. In a prior life, she was an assistant attorney general with the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's office, and then went from there to becoming a deputy director of elections in the office of Jason Kander, and then did something really neat when she ran for and was elected the clerk of Boone County. So she lives in Columbia with her husband and two children. Please join me in welcoming Brianna to the podium. Or the microphone, as the case may be.
All right. I tried to incorporate GIFs and memes into mine so that, you know it's late in the day. So this presentation, you'll have seen this before if you're a new clerk and came to new clerk training earlier in the year. But it got some pretty positive feedback, and so we just wanted to take some time to go over, even though session's over, as kind of a preparation, how to read statutes and things like that. Quick disclaimer, this is because I'm an attorney, this presentation does not constitute legal advice. I'm not your attorney, so if you do have questions and things like that about your particular area and you want really firm advice, go talk to your counsel. They're going to be the final word on following the law in your county. They're going to be the ones that go to court for you. I will not be able to do that. So most people, I think when presented with having to look at the statutes, look at 115, things like that, it's very hard to know where to start. It's not very obvious. We don't offer really any classes on it. The goals that I want to cover just in this presentation, because it's not a comprehensive presentation by any means, is just to get familiarity with the existing rules. There's county clerk laws, then there's election laws, there's initiative petition laws, and there's the Code of State Regulations. And all four of those all work together to kind of give us a framework for how to do our jobs. I want you to think about the processes you have in place in your offices right now as you read through the law. Part of what you do every day has been informed by what those statutes say. So getting to know how those statutes are read and can be interpreted could change the way that you think about how you do a process in your office. And then I also want you to ask questions, not necessarily of me, although I'm happy to answer any questions, but ask questions of each other, ask questions of people that have been doing this a long time. Be curious about how other counties are doing things to comply with the same laws that we're all required to do. So starting with the basics, websites are very helpful. I know that not everybody likes to go online to find statutes. Lots of people like to use the books. They're really good. The books are really good resources. And I have that on there, the law book from the Secretary of State's office, because they're good to put little notes on for quick reference. But these websites for the actual text of the statutes, the first two are the text of the statutes, and then proposed bill language from the Senate and the House, and then the Code of State Regulations from the Secretary of State. The advantage of using websites is that they're searchable. You can use Control F if you're looking for a keyword. You can search quickly through the statutes because they're very long, and you don't have to know exactly where they are on a page if you can just find them quickly on a website. These are what the websites look like if you haven't seen them before. There's the Senate website, the House of Representatives website, and then on the bottom half, that's what the statutory website looks like. It's got all of the different sections on there, depending on whether you're looking at Chapter 51 or 115 or 116, but you can click on View Entire Chapter, and that will show you all of the text. And so it becomes a very, very long web page, but an easy one to search using Control F. So starting with just a statute, and I know this is relatively small, so I will just explain what it is. This is the photo ID law. It's the new photo ID law, the one that's in effect right now, and it's in chapter 115.427. So the first thing that you see when you're looking at a statute, this is just the basics of it, is that the chapter and the section number are in there. Sometimes people use the little squiggly to represent section. RSMO just means Revised Statutes of Missouri. That's just the name of our statutes in Missouri. So if you ever see something referenced that way, this is what they're talking about. The bold part of this, and it's this way in the book as well, in the Secretary of State's book, that's not an official part of the law. That's a description of the section. So if you're looking for the photo ID section of the law, 115.427 is going to say personal photo identification requirements, but that text is not actually part of the law. That's just a summary. So it's a quick reference point. In looking at the statute, it's really important to read all of the sections in their entirety. So I picked this one in particular because there's a lot of questions that come from the photo ID statute. And for example, this one allows for both non-expired driver's licenses as defined in section 1 where it says non-expired Missouri driver's license. But it also includes expired Missouri driver's licenses that expired after the date of the most recent general election, because that's what's defined down here in 3. So it can be really easy if you are asked a question or trying to figure out how to interpret the new statute to say, if somebody comes in and says, hey, my license is expired, can I use this as an ID? You can look at this and say, oh, nope, only non-expired. That's the end of the story. Keep reading in the statute. It's really important that you have a full understanding of everything that's in the law, even if you think that it was a really easy question and has a really clear answer. There may be something else that's a catch-all later on. Included in that warning is watching out for ands and ors. So just like it would seem really clear that if you're saying non-expired here, there's no room for expired Missouri driver's licenses. There's a difference in 1, 2, 3, and 4 between what is an and what is an or. So what's an okay ID for photo ID under this law? A non-expired Missouri driver's license, a non-expired or non-expiring Missouri non-driver's license, a document that satisfies all of these requirements under A, B, and C. So these are an and, or a military ID. So there's 4 different types of ID, and the third one requires more things than just 1, 2, and 4. So they're very tricky. This is the way that all the statutes are written. These are the things that I think are probably the thing that trips people up the most. If you are looking more in depth kind of in research, and this is just kind of really, really fine detail about the statutes, they include at the end of every statute the year that the statute first went into effect and any of the years that the law was amended. It also includes the bill number of the legislation that amended the law. So if you really wanted to go back, this is the end of the photo ID statute. In 2022, House Bill 1878 is what changed 115.427 to be the new photo ID law. If you wanted to go back to see what it looked like before we had the photo ID law, you could look on the House website for 1878 in the 2022 legislative session, and you'd be able to find the original bill for that. You can also learn about the background and the legislative history. You may do that as just part of the association. So this is another kind of warning to keep in mind. You may have helped testify for House Bill 1878. You may have been in a meeting or a hearing or talked to a legislator about 1878, and you feel like you know why that bill was being passed because a legislator told you what their reasoning for it was. Or you may think, you know, well, the Clerks Association asked for this amendment to be adopted because of X, Y, and Z. All of that must be taken into account into the law. The legal definition of the law is not always the same as the legislature's intent of the law. And that's a huge gray area. That's why there is so much litigation about the law. So keep that in mind too. One of the nice things about being part of the association is being able to be in those meetings and have those conversations. But just remember that once the law passes and it is no longer just like a talking point, a whole different set of criteria for establishing how it can be understood comes into play. And that is why at the end of these, you can also see any of the court cases that have affected the legislation. That's one of the nice things that the reviser of statutes does, is try to keep all of that together so that you can reference it pretty quickly. Regulations are kind of like statute light. They are not passed by the legislature. They're passed by whatever the agency with authority, in this case the Secretary of State's office, has. They write it, it goes through a rule-making process, and it has the same sort of title and section. It's not the same as a law, so the regulations can be revised by the Secretary of State because they're the ones that wrote them as well. They're the ones with the authority here. And in our particular instances, regulations cover things like audit procedures, voter intent on the ballots, and how to check initiative petition signatures. So if you have checked petition signatures before, you know that we mark them as registered or not registered or register a different address. Those are all defined in regulation. So the Secretary of State's office is the one that defines what those regulations say. For proposed bills, you're going to see, you know, during the legislative session, when things are kind of flying back around, you get fiscal notes and things like that. But if you want to actually look at what's being proposed in a piece of new legislation, you've got the bill number that most people refer to when they're talking about it going through the process. You can look in under where it says an act, it's going to tell you the statute sections that are being changed by the bill. So House Bill 248, we care about it because it hits 115, 133. And then you're going to see down below that 115, 133 is the existing statute section that's being changed. The proposed deletions are in brackets and then they're also crossed out, so you can tell right now what 115, 133 has is while on probation or parole, but House Bill 248 is going to get rid of that. And then anything that they're going to add is going to be in bold. So sometimes it's words, sometimes it's just cleanup language, like if you get rid of 2, you obviously need 2 down here. So sometimes it can look like a ton of things change when really it's just like cleaning up periods and punctuation and things like that. That was all I had, actually. There's an anticlimactic end. So I'm just finishing up with websites are really helpful. Make sure that you are going through it. My predecessor that I think most of you all knew went through the law book every year. That's something that we do in our office just to make sure that we all have a good understanding of what's in the current law because elections change all the time. And talk to fellow elections administrators, talk to your neighbors in different counties, talk to whoever is willing to talk to you when you have questions about processes or rule changes or things like that. And the legislative committee is also very helpful. So this is a plug to also get on the legislative committee if you're interested in any of this for the association. But I am also open to taking questions now, if anybody has any. I went through that really fast. Yay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and give away some more prizes here before we do our last speaker for the day. Yeah. You can get rid of some of those too. Those and a couple candles too. We got some, yeah, like they're in little, we'll get them. They're little things. Okay, 815. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was Brian Sullivan. And 809. Yay! That's
a lucky corner over there.
Yeah, it is. 734. Nope, no 734. 817. 817? Nope. Nope. 780. There we go. Eight, 2, 0. All right, Stan. Stan the man.
Double winner today.
Yeah. Yeah, we can give those two. Like, there was like a little candle. I was going to give one of those in a, hold on one second. Little, it's in that box, I think. Ooh, blast my eye out. They're like, well, yeah, grab some of those and that. Okay, how about 836? No? No, 836. Oh, where's my pockets? They're not here. Six, 8, 3. Hey, that's 6, 8. Okay, here we go. Seven, 4, 4. Nope, no, 7, 4, 4. Oh, okay, there we go. Wonder if that person's here yet.
Is the person that banged out?
Yeah. Well, they weren't due till 4:15. 805. 805. No? My pocket's gonna be sticky. 691. Yay. Yeah, grab something. 794. And 740. Here we go, right here. Yep. Yeah. Oh, I almost put that back in there. Okay, our next speaker should be getting here real, oh, they're here? Oh, great. They're here, so sit tight, and hopefully we'll wrap this up a little bit early. And then dinner will be at 6, and we'll have dinner back out on the patio. I probably said it earlier today, but just to remind you.
presentation? Awesome. And I've got a clicker for slides. Big button here. Advances it. Oh, great. Here, Schmidt, you're showing that too. Yeah, totally. Big button here goes forward. Red button goes back. Yes. Okay. I will say this is all awkward. So if you want to be able to see the slides.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I got it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so you guys can use this one or you can, they're both attached. Yeah, our folks will probably.
All right, is everybody ready? All right, so I have here Shamed Dogan. Dogan, I apologize for that. And Benjamin Singer. Ben Singer is a local guy who has supported, just worked with different individuals across the city and worked, on numerous issues here in the city. Shamed Dogan is a former state rep. How many terms do you serve?
4.
4 terms, okay. And they're here to speak today on 2024 Missouri Agrees Ballot Initiative. They've handed me some sample petitions that are up front, so after they speak, you're more than welcome to take one, or I can get you one. So Benjamin Singer and Shamed Dogan.
Thank you all so much. Thanks, Ben. So grateful to be before you guys. I served in the legislature for 8 years. My first term, I was on the elections committee, and my second term, I served as the chair of the local government committee, so worked very closely with the municipal league, with some of you in election administration, including my good friend Rick Stream over there. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here because we think this ballot initiative is going to get us better, more accountable government in the state of Missouri. And so I'd like to just kick it off with Ben to tell you a little bit about our proposal.
Awesome. Thank you, Shamed. Appreciate it. We're really honored to be with you. We were told this was going to be the Urban Clerks Conference, so I was expecting, oh, maybe we'll have at most 20 counties here, and then got a call today. We've got 175 people waiting to hear from you. So that was exciting. I remember being in this room for a wedding the night the Cardinals were eliminated from the playoffs. So I expect this to hopefully be a much more fun and enjoyable experience. Hey, Kara, good to see you. All right. So the problems we were looking to address with Missouri Agrees were too little public trust in our election processes. You all work extremely hard, harder than anyone knows, especially those of you who are clerks. So elections are just one of many things as part of your job duty. So we really appreciate all of you. You are the true public servants. And there are some proposed initiative petitions that would make life harder for election authorities. So we didn't want to do that, and we wanted to address that. And then we have a lot of divisiveness in politics. It's not necessarily new, but in some ways it's gotten even worse. I know I'm older than I look, which doesn't say a lot, but I know things have been divisive for a long time, but we'd like to make that better. So it was really important to us to actually meet with many clerks and election authorities like you all who are responsible for doing this. And we vetted a lot of it from very early on when we were just coming up with ideas to address these issues all the way through the end of the process where we were checking our work and asking Kara and Eric and Brianna and Shane, like, what issues do you expect? You know, how can we make this better? So I made it very clear, as you can see, Kara, not implying any endorsement by the people listed on this slide, but we really appreciate your time meeting with us in person and over Zoom all over the state on this. Consulted with national experts, community leaders, and we did polling because we don't want to propose something that people don't support as well. All right, we want to be really clear on what we are not doing. We do not want to create any unfunded mandates, any extra work or burdens on local election authorities. And unlike some other proposals, we're not looking to combine primaries, we're not looking to close primaries, we're not requiring their mandate to be open, literally no changes to the primary structure, no ranked choice voting, no extra runoffs. I remember Eric telling me, oh, my colleagues in Georgia, they struggle to get all these people for the runoff. You know, people are missing Thanksgiving and Christmas. We already struggle to get enough election judges. That would be a huge burden. So not doing any runoffs. We heard you loud and clear. No delayed election results. This should allow results to be calculated just as quickly as they are now. It will. And ensuring that it's compatible with every county's election system. So here's what we are doing. Mandating accurate ballot titles so voters feel less confused and more confident that they know what they're voting on. More help for local election authorities, but only upon request from the state. Codifying some statutes into the Constitution. We'll talk about a couple minor loopholes that we are closing there, and then allowing voters to choose multiple candidates, similar to school board elections. It's just the same as today, most votes win. So that's the measure that's going, the piece of literature going around from former House Pro Tem Carl Bearden and former St. Louis County Councilman Tim Fitch about why this helps protect the will of the people, both in party primaries and in general elections. All right, ballot titles. This doesn't have a whole lot of impact on you all, but because we're not changing the length that's required. I know sometimes that's a big issue for you all. We're just saying, let's put the unbiased, fair, and sufficient into the Constitution, and let's add rules for clarity and only include language found in the proposed measure. This is really popular, should be a no-brainer. Kind of surprising it wasn't already there. It's in some other states, so that's that. By the way, we will take questions later, but if there are any major questions, feel free to interrupt us. All right, now this is big for you guys, more help for local election authorities. So we were hearing, especially for clerks who have to do so many other things in addition to elections, that some of you want more information from the Secretary of State or from your colleagues, you know, more funds to have the staff and the capacity to do your job. So first of all, this allows local election authorities to request more assistance from the Secretary of State and requires the Secretary of State to provide that assistance. And again, that's subject to appropriation. And then this is for voter roll maintenance. So there's people who are concerned that dead people are on the voting rolls, but I know for a lot of you, you know, many of you do all you can to maintain the voter rolls, but also there just isn't the funding and often training and guidance that's given to help many of you do your jobs, and probably some of you who aren't in this room, some clerks who aren't in this room, to do their jobs. So this makes it very clear that election authorities shall update voter rolls, but makes it subject to appropriation. Okay, so if people are upset, oh, there's dead people on the voting rolls. Okay, well, let's make sure that the state is giving local election authorities the resources they need to properly do their job, update the voter rolls, send out any mail that's required under federal or state law to notify voters. So that's one thing that we heard from one election authority was pretty exciting that this could mean more funding coming for local election authorities. Of course, that's subject to appropriation because we're not creating an unfunded mandate for this to be constitutional, if we were to say, all right, the state needs to give $1 million to local election authorities, we'd have to impose a tax. But now if people say, well, there's dead people on the voting rolls, you all need to remove them, well, then ask the legislature to give local election authorities the money to increase maintenance of voter rolls. I think I've said it about 4 times, so I'll move on. All right, election observers. So we heard that the current election observer protocols are already pretty solid. Obviously, this can be a hot topic. And so we were told if you're going to put it in the Constitution, make sure you take what's already in statute in terms of the very clear credentialing process so that you don't have a bunch of random people who say they're an appointed election observer but aren't credentialed doing it. But what we also found is that actually only the parties are allowed to appoint observers if they have a candidate on the ballot, and nonpartisan or independent candidates don't have that. So for example, school boards or municipal races that are nonpartisan. Now, this also limits it, and you can see this in the petition, and we have copies of the petition available. Ben, where are those copies of the petition? Right here, thank you. So yeah, if you'd like, you can. And so it limits it, because you know sometimes you can have 17 different nonpartisan candidates for a bunch of different local nonpartisan races. So this limits it to, so they have to agree on a smaller set of them. Also, we heard that there's some confusion or legal disagreements about whether the observers are allowed at the new no excuse in-person absentee voting that's taking place. And so this clarifies, because you know, you all want less litigation and less conflict, not more. So it just clarifies, yes, they are allowed there. Anytime votes are cast or counted, observers are allowed. And it was also suggested that we clarify that throughout the law, there's stuff about watchers, challengers, observers. For purposes of this section, they're all considered observers. All right, on those pieces, any questions on those pieces? Yes. You want the microphone? Okay. And hopefully the actual legal language, as you're seeing here, the actual petitions will be helpful too. Yeah, so that's the next section. Right. Right. So we're going to get into that issue in a moment. I'm just taking, you can stand back up then. What's your name? Thank you, Kim. Appreciate it. Anything on what we've covered already before we move on to the choosing all candidates you like? Clear as mud. Great. All right, Shamed, take it away. Here's the clicker.
All right. So this gets to what Kim wanted to talk about, which is choosing all the candidates you like. How many of you, just a show of hands, how many of y'all are elected and have run for office yourselves? So the vast majority. How many of you are appointed? There's a few appointees. All right, so the vast majority, I'm glad to know this, because I'm somebody who's put my name on a ballot more than 4 times, a lot more than 4 times. I was also an alderman before I was a state rep. And one of the things that frustrates the heck out of me, and probably frustrates you in the races you've been involved in, is just the overwhelming negativity and the things that you have to do, the tax you have to put up with when you're running for office nowadays. And so we are proposing that we give the voters the freedom to choose all the candidates they like, because when you think about it, being able to only vote for one is an arbitrary restriction on your freedom. And so we're proposing a small c conservative proposal to make these campaigns less negative, certainly personally negative. We're not combining primaries, like Benjamin mentioned earlier. We're not radically changing the structure of our elections. We're just saying with this one small change, we will give candidates the incentive to be more positive and to tell voters about what they're actually going to do to solve problems, which is the reason that we all ran for office. But unfortunately is not what we're getting out of a lot of the campaigns that we have to run to win nowadays. And it's similar to school board elections, but not the exact same, because these are partisan races that this amendment would apply to. And so just picture your Republican primary, your Democratic primary ballot. If you have 10 people running, right? Right now, somebody could win a 10-person race with 12% of the vote. How can you really say that you represent the will of the people when you only get 12% of the people voting for you? And that's in a primary where turnout is low, right? So it's 12% of half of 40%. And yet that's supposed to be some kind of big mandate. And so with our system, you would have an incentive and a reality of being able to get a broader support of the population. There's no guarantee for a majority, granted, because there's no runoffs in this system. But instead of, and where they've implemented this before, Fargo, North Dakota was the first city in America to do this. This isn't being done on the coast. This is something that's being done in the Midwest. It's also being done here in St. Louis City. They increased their win percentage. People were winning council races with 20% of the vote in Fargo before they did this, and very polarizing people because they knew they only had to appeal to 20% to win. The winners in their first election, even though they had 7 people running, you want to guess how much a percentage they got? Over 50%. And the voters loved the system. They actually used it, even though the candidates tried to tell them, just vote for me, just, don't vote for those other people. Most people didn't listen to those campaign strategists and to those politicians. They said, we want to be able to vote our conscience, choose as many candidates as we like, and they did. And so, again, we have the example of Eric Greitens. There's plenty of other examples in statewide races, in legislative races, where people have won with very, very small pluralities, and you end up, when somebody wins with 35%, and the 65% of the people really didn't want that result, voters aren't getting what they want. Let me see. And so this is just an example. I'm using the fun example of pizza. When you think about your family getting together to order pizza, right? If you have 20 different toppings that you can choose from, and you're trying to figure out, what do we want to put on this pizza? You don't just say to your kids or to your spouse, all right, you only get to say pepperoni or sausage. That's it, just one thing. No, you say, what kind of things do you like? So I'll say, I like pepperoni, I like bacon, I might like a vegetable every now and then, maybe, some green peppers or whatever, but I want to be able to say all the things I like, and then you say all the things you like, and let's come up with a consensus and pick the things that are most agreeable to the whole family, right? That's how voting should be. Pick the things where voters can come to a consensus, as broad a consensus as possible, instead of being forced to just choose one thing and having these extremists, because there's 25% of the population. They've actually done a YouGov survey of the toppings that Americans like, and a plurality of people actually like pineapple more than they like pepperoni or bacon, because us meat lovers, we like all the different meats, right? So the pineapple extremists shouldn't be able to win an election because those of us who like meat split up among 5 different meats. Hope that analogy works. So if you vote for all you like, you get meat and vegetables. So yeah, with that, we are happy to take your questions. Our website is MissouriAgrees.org. Feel free to go on there. You can watch videos explaining a little bit more about our proposal. You can see the language that's in front of you. You can also find that language, obviously, on the Secretary of State's website. That language has been certified for collection, and we are going around collecting signatures. We're very grateful that that process has started. And you can shoot us emails. My email is on there. Benjamin's email is on there. And we will open it up for questions.
That's right. We're really just here to get 175 signatures. So, all right. Go ahead, Kim. That's fine. Well, 65% of Republican primary voters voted for Catherine Hanaway, John Brunner, and Peter Kinder. Do you want to go back to that slide?
Yes.
So we had people, voters were trying to make a responsible choice, voted for some more stable leaders, but 35% of people, like you said, decided for 100% of people because people were splitting their vote. And this happens, as we know, in a lot of races, and it leads to a lot of voter dissatisfaction. And you all are working hard. We want voters to be satisfied with their elections. Yeah. And can you, what county is that? And so can you explain for McDonald County, so let's say you've got a school board race where people can vote for 2 or 3. So how do you certify and do a recount for those? So, so that's one of the benefits of this, as opposed to some other more complicated voting systems. And thank you, Kim, for the question, because it keeps the certification and recount and tabulation process exactly the same as today in terms of just most votes. No one's getting eliminated. There's no votes getting retabulated or reallocated to a different candidate like some other systems. This is just most votes wins, same as in a school board race or a local race where you could vote for 2 or 3 or 5. Exactly, same with this. No, it's just most votes wins. Right, and what we found, what we've seen in Fargo and in St. Louis, where they have this freedom, is if you have 4 or 7, like Shamed said, in Fargo running, people don't typically vote for all 4 or vote for all 7 because they're, somewhat reasonable people, at least. So typically people, like in a single winner race, are voting for 2, in a 2-winner race, are voting for 3. So you're increasing the approval rating and finding the person who, like Shamed said, people can agree on, the pepperoni candidate instead of the pineapple candidate. So, but it's the same number, same as today, most votes wins, period. Yeah, so we're not changing any rules related to ties, so any laws that govern ties already will still apply. When you've got more votes in a race, statistically, it's actually slightly less likely there will be ties, but we hear this question all the time. Kim, you're like probably the 12th person to ask us this, but we're not changing, so ties are decided the same as they are today.
I kind of can understand what she's saying because during the August election when we had 12 Republicans, we hand counted 6,000 ballots. So I'm thinking I'm paying my 70, 80-year-old poll workers to come back to the courthouse on certification day and sit there and count 12 different people thousands of different times. So the length of time that it's going to take to certify is going to be exponentially longer than it would have been otherwise.
That could.
So if most people are voting for 2 candidates in a U.S. Senate primary instead of 1, it's going to take double the time to be hand marking. They voted for these 2. So you're saying already today, if there's 12 candidates, you're hand tallying, okay, this person, on this ballot, this person got 1 vote, so that's 1 more vote for this person. The 7th candidate got 1 vote, so that's 1 more for this person. And whereas in the new system under this, If someone voted for 2 or 3, you're going to have to vote, okay, this person, and this person got to vote. Right?
But right now, they vote for 1.
Yeah.
So it's easy, we're counting 1 vote.
Mhm.
Under your system, they could vote for all 12.
Yeah, in theory.
Now we're counting 12 votes for every ballot.
Sure. What we've seen where this has been implemented, like we said, is most people are just voting for 2 or 3. Even when you have 12. Yes, they could. That is possible.
It's on there. It says vote for all the candidates you like.
It's the same wording that was in Fargo and St. Louis.
Yeah.
So the same ballot instructions to help voters, and they're using it.
I would suggest trying to get away from making the association of non-municipal or non-partisan election and a partisan election, because what would this go down to the, let's say, school board, and they have 3 open seats, they have 5 people run, are they going to be allowed to vote for 5 candidates or 3 open seats?
Yeah,
Is this for federal and statewide races, or is it for school board everything?
this would be for Muni as well. So it's for federal, state, and local elections.
Yeah, we heard that under some previous proposals that only applied to some races, we heard from some local election authorities that there was a concern that voters would be confused. Okay, you can vote this way for this race on the ballot, but a different way for another race on the ballot. So what we heard was that consistency for voters was important to you all, and that, or at least those of you we heard from, and that you wanted a same rule across the board. I see a question over here. We're running our idea. We're getting some of our ideas and running all of our ideas by, Missouri election authorities. Kara, do you want to speak to the process at all? We approached, it was suggested that we approach Kara about about getting input from clerks and election authorities. And we vetted all of these ideas, observers. We were exploring audits and recounts as well. The school board style voting or the approval voting, again, we're not implying any endorsement by Kara or any of the clerks on that, but we were asking what are concerns that clerks might have, what's already being done, what are potential pitfalls, and it was really helpful to actually be working through this and we changed our policy many times based on input because we did not want to cause any problems for you all. Yeah. And
So when we had a Zoom call with the executive board, it was just about codifying what was already in the statutes about the other things that he talked about in the beginning, not this approval voting and things. That was their thing that they're doing through this initiative petition. They just reached out about the language of the statutes with the codifying what we already have in the statutes in the Constitution. So this is their heroes group for going through the approval voting process. And my only comment to him was, I would reach out to all of the municipalities and everything that this was going to impact and see what they thought about it, because they're moving forward with this without our approval or not our approval. I appreciated them, and I think the executive board did too, reaching out and discussing this, but it wasn't an endorsement or anything on behalf of the clerks. I want to make that very clear. And in fact, I said, you're probably going to get a lot of pushback because I don't think people are going to like it. But but I am in no way endorsing it or talking against it. I'm just, you all need to hear it for yourself, and I do appreciate them reaching out instead of just it showing up on the ballot like most of the initiatives do, and we know nothing about them. So we did appreciate the fact that you all reached out, did have that conversation, and we were able to help with some of the things in the language regarding what's already in the statutes. We didn't want to make more work or additional work on any of us in this room. So some of those things that we were able to help clear up, I think that was a good thing, and we do appreciate them reaching out instead of it just showing up on the ballot. We know nothing about it, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Kara. We really appreciate the input, and also it was Kara who suggested that we reach out to Ben about presenting here to engage with all of you, and we appreciate Ben and Betty and everyone who organized this for having us. I will say on the approval voting piece, when we visited with Kara and Josh down in Jackson in Cape Girardeau County, one thing that was pointed out was when you talk about voting for multiple, and we addressed multi-winner races too, like school boards, where you already can vote for multiple, and we wanted to be really clear in the tabulation, not leave anything to doubt or litigation, that the person who gets the most votes gets the first spot, the person who gets the second most votes gets the second slot. And Kara pointed out, I think rightly, that for people who, that almost sounds like ranked choice voting. That could sound like this is a backdoor to ranked choice voting, and we wanted to be super clear that's not what this is. So and we really appreciated that input, Kara. I think that was really important. So you can see on the full page, and as you can see, it's only a page and a half, unlike a lot of other petitions. Very short, person can read it in one sitting. And it says in number 7, nothing in this section shall authorize or allow any voter to assign to a candidate any order, or ranking number indicating a voter's preference for or against any candidate. And the attorney who did most of the drafting for this, by the way, very experienced election attorney in Missouri, Mark Ellinger. And we really appreciated his expertise.
Good question. Did everybody hear that question? He asked, because the way that they did this in St. Louis, they have nonpartisan elections now. So when you run for mayor or board of aldermen, you're not listed as a Republican, Democrat, or anything. And that is not what we're proposing. We're proposing keep your existing primaries. So you would still ask for a Democratic ballot at the polling place. You would still ask for a Republican ballot, et cetera. And just within your party's primary, you get to choose more than one candidate. Because we did not want to combine party primaries. We didn't want to have, and we explicitly guarantee all parties have the right to have their nominees on the general election ballot, because some of the other proposals out there are trying to say, let's put everybody on a jungle primary ballot and then have the top 2 make it, so you could potentially have 2 Democrats or 2 Republicans in a general election, and we didn't want to do that.
That's right, and it doesn't change munis either. So for places that are already nonpartisan, which St. Louis City was the last city in the state as far as we're aware to go nonpartisan, it doesn't change that. So it doesn't change any rules, any structures for any primaries or any elections in Missouri. Yeah, we're not changing any rules regarding write-in candidates. So in theory, you could have 1,000 write-in candidates. It's unlikely to happen, but yeah, and in theory, people could vote for all 12. But what we've seen in American elections that have it, it doesn't happen. But yeah, in theory, you could have a bunch of people qualify as write-ins, but we're not changing any of the requirements there to qualify for the ballot, either as a write-in candidate or a party candidate. What we were told was that currently, and this is actually really important, so the question was about programming. So what we were told is that currently, because different races do allow for different numbers of votes currently, some are 1 winner, some are 2, some are 3, some are 5, that for each race, when you're programming your tabulation equipment, you have to say what number of votes is allowed before it becomes an overvote. If you're only allowed to vote for 3, if someone votes for 4, that's an overvote. If they only vote for 1 or 2, even though they could vote for 3, that still counts. It's an undervote, but it still counts. I see a lot of people nodding your heads because I'm telling you your job. So what we were told was that if there are 7 candidates running, and you could vote for all 7 in theory, even though people don't, you would just do the same programming as you already do when you say you could vote for up to 2 or 3 or 5 or 1, and you would say you could vote for up to 7. And so the nice thing about this, too, this is kind of a side benefit. It's not really the main purpose, but for you all, it might be a benefit. There will be fewer overvotes. So, like, I remember voting in a school board race where I really liked 3 candidates, but there were only 2 slots available, and I had to decide which 2 I wanted to vote for, even though I liked 3. In this case, if someone does vote for 3, even unintentionally, it's not an overvote. Their vote will still count, so that's fewer ballots that will be spoiled.
I mean, in reality, what it does, like I was talking about earlier, is it makes candidates campaign more positively. And that's the experience they had in Fargo. That's the experience they had here in St. Louis. Because right now, you know, if there's 10 people in the race, person X is getting 20% in the polls, if you're even doing polling. But if you know one person's kind of the front runner, how do you get that person's vote? You got to tear them down, right? You got to trash them. You got to go scorched earth. That's what all the consultants tell you. That's kind of what political scientists would tell you. And under this system, if 20% of the people are voting for that person, you can say, all right, maybe I can peel off half of them. I got to find out what they like about that person who's leading, and maybe I'll offer similar policies, or maybe I'll talk about some of the things that I have in my background that are similar to that person's background. So you can actually get votes from that other person and not have to tell them, don't vote for him or her. You just say, vote for me too, instead of vote for me instead, if that makes sense.
It sounds very pie in the sky. This sounds like people coming in this room telling people who run elections, oh, this is going to solve all these problems. We'll tell you, the St. Louis mayoral primary in 2017, the Democratic primary, extremely ugly. Very vicious, lots of attacks. Yeah, it's politics, right? It's politics. 4 years later, Choose All You Like was in effect. And on the primary debate on live TV, instead of attacking each other, candidates were saying nice things to each other. Now, you all know voters often have short memories. Every election seems like, oh, this is the worst election we've ever seen. Things are so negative, even though maybe it was exactly the same 4 years before. St. Louis, it was very different. They were saying nice things because, like Shamed said, they wanted to get each other's votes. If we're in a 4-person race, and Shamed and I have similar platforms, I'm going to say nice things about him to get his voters to also approve of me to try to make me the winner. Because if I say nasty things about him and his family, his voters are going to hate me. And that's going to hurt me in the election. And it worked. And on a there was a public poll. Don't just take my word for it. There was a public poll on a 3-to-1 basis. Voters said it was a more positive primary than they saw 4 years before. The opposite, where usually you hear voters say, this was the nastiest election I've ever seen in America. So these sound naive, but it's actually manifesting in real results that we've seen right here in Missouri. It's just choose all you like. There's no ranking. Yeah, what we saw in the polling is about 70% of voters said they really liked it. I'm happy to share the exact numbers, but they said they understood it, they liked it. There were news stories of election judges and voters both saying that they liked having that. I'm happy to share some of those with you. But most voters used it. They voted for 2, and it happened recently too. We didn't even do any public education campaign in the recent election they had in St. Louis about this, but still you saw in different areas across the city with very different backgrounds, demographics, education levels, voters were using it, and that some voters were voting for 1, some for 2, some for 3, but there were some races where they were averaging well over 1 vote per person. People like having freedom. And what's really important is it says on the ballot instructions. So it says choose all you like, and people used it.
Thank you. I'm still a little confused here on primaries. This doesn't count for St. Louis City because it's 99% Democrat. But say if for a state rep race, you have, in a primary, you got Republicans, you got Democrats, you got this. Just a top vote getter in the primary for each one? That's how it sounds
You
like.
still have the same number of winners you do now. One person wins a primary, one person wins a general election.
So it doesn't sound like there's much difference then going forward if that's the case. Okay.
Correct. There's very little difference from what we do today to what this is going to be. Yeah. I'd love to get that in writing. We could put that on the mail. There will be very little difference. If you look at and to the question in the back, how are you going to explain this? In this case, the Secretary of State, the description that's in the ballot title on the ballot, I think describes it pretty well without using any of this terminology. No one knows what approval voting is. It says choose all candidates you like, and people understand that. Yep.
Yeah, that kind of ties in with the question that we got earlier about us going to all 114 counties. We are going to be very aggressive during this campaign. We have until April to get the signatures. So we're going to be showing up in all the congressional districts, trying to gather the signatures, and then also trying to educate the voters, just like any good ballot initiative tries to do, because we got to sell this thing. We got to get a majority of the voters to support this, to pass it after we get the signatures. So you'll be hearing a lot more about us, but we wanted to make sure that you all were aware beforehand, so you don't just see this again show up, on your ballot, or show up with people collecting signatures and you don't know what it is.
That's right. That's why we're here. I don't know how many other ballot initiatives come and talk to the Missouri Association of County Clerks and Election Authorities, but we care about your input. We care about the work that you're doing. That's why we're here. And some credit for Shamed, who's been driving all over the state, talking to folks in Montgomery County and Buchanan County and everything. So,
but I have not visited all 114 counties yet, but I'll get there. And feel free to email me, Shamed at missouriagrees.org, sorry. And I will be happy to come to your counties. I'm happy to give presentations like this, happy to just meet with people for coffee, whatever the best format is, just to educate people. Because, again, when people do see signature gatherers going around, they'll be like, what is that? And they'll ask you questions, and we want to equip you to be able to answer all those questions.
And our experience has been people, when they first hear about this, they think, is this ranked choice voting? Is this combined primaries? Is this like the St. Louis City system with the top 2 runoff? It's actually funny because we actually kept it as simple as possible, not changing any of the structure of any of those things. But people think it's more complicated than it is, when in reality we're leaving all of everything as it is, just giving you the freedom to choose all you like. So we find that the more we have these conversations, and Shamed is in those rooms and talks to clerks and local county officials and state reps, the more we talk about it, the more people are like, oh, okay, yeah, that's not such a big deal. And support tends to go up because people initially think it's something far more radical. We actually list a lot of our donors right on our website, in addition to the MEC reports. So I guess we can't pull up the website here. So we've got people, we got Republicans, Democrats, and Independents. So we have Republicans like Randy McDonald, Bob Herman, David Brain, Jack Danforth. We have Democrats like Maxine Clark, Rick White, Independents. Shamed, some more?
Yeah, it's not something that's just supported by one ideology or one party. It's something that's getting support from all over, you know, and we're very proud of that. We've got donors from all over the state, every corner of the state, who've contributed. You know, they're not all gazillionaires, but you know, we're getting small dollar donations as well as some larger dollar donations, because it takes a lot of money to run these kind of campaigns, as you know.
That's right. We held a crowdfunding campaign to raise $200,000 to kick it off, and we got support from over 100 donors. 91% of it was from inside Missouri. So it takes a lot more work for us to go out and get the support from actual Missourians, rather than, you know, being funded by like one big out-of-state billionaire or something. But we think it's really important to be of, by, and for the people of Missouri.
But if you know any billionaires, you know, send them our way.
Yeah, we might not say no. we'll invite him here.
We'll do
Next
the
year,
same.
same time, same place. Well, it looks like you want us to. No, she said we can take one last question.
If you did not get a drink coupon, don't leave the room until we give you 2 of them, okay? All right?
The things that matter.
We ran out, so we are getting more. If you didn't get one, don't get 2 of them, don't panic.
I love it. Yeah, this was actually not one of the original issues that our organization, Show Me Integrity, was looking to work on, which is an organization that's put a lot of work into building this coalition. But yeah, it's become a major issue in part because of the divisiveness that does feel like it's tearing America apart. And when you're limited to voting for one, it's focusing on what divides us versus, you know, the layman's way of describing this is pick all you like, find where we agree. Like Shamed said, find that popular pizza topping instead of being like, well, I like pineapple, I like anchovies. So we were not originally looking to do this, but it's been picking up steam across the country. And when we saw in St. Louis, I guess that was the impetus, kind of the series of elections in St. Louis where people were getting elected citywide with 32, 35% of the vote. Which was not only making the people who didn't vote for them unhappy, but for the people who were getting elected, it was hurting their mandate to govern. Let's be honest, those people might have won anyway. The person who was the mayor in Fargo won re-election under the new system. It didn't change who was mayor, but it showed that he actually had broad support and increased mandate to govern. Because some, you know, you're all here to do jobs and govern, and that's why people run for office, to be public servants. And so it's not fair to have a system that makes it look like only 32% of support you and maybe actually 57% of people support you. So in St. Louis, it's unclear if it, you know, when that happened, if it would have been a different winner. There's no way to know. Go back in time and run it under a different election system. But people, you know, things aren't perfect. It's still politics. You know, there's still challenges, obviously, in the city of St. Louis. I'm sure you've read about some of them. But murder rates have gone down. There's more accountability. And now, you know, elected officials are free to solve problems, and they're rewarded when they do, instead of having to be, act loyal to one tiny ideological base. Now they can govern for everyone, and we're seeing that change. So once we saw the positive results in St. Louis, and have the divisive politics that we have today, where people in their own families are arguing with each other, and people are just tearing each other apart when really we could be focusing on where we agree. That was the impetus for us to try to do something positive about that. That's the honest answer. Thank you.
Okay, one more announcement, guys. Dinner will be outside where your breakfast and lunch were, so you don't need to worry about bringing a sweater. Okay? So dress for the outside temperature, and we'll see you all soon. Like I said, if you didn't get drink coupons, sit tight, okay? Thank you, everyone.